Tonight, we've got a collection of bedtime stories for little explorers who love magical creatures. Let's get cozy and drift off together. Before we do, could you please tap subscribe? By doing this small thing, you'll let YouTube know you love what we do. Let's get ourselves cozy, snuggle down, and I'll begin. This is The Dragon Who Loved to Dance by Gillian Rogerson. High on a mountaintop in Sleepy Forest, a baby dragon was getting ready to hatch from its egg. The parents of the dragon held hands and waited for their little one to appear. A single crack zigzagged down the glittering purple surface of the egg. The mother dragon said, "Oh, I wonder what our baby will look like. I wonder if they'll know how to fly." The father dragon smiled. Dragons are born knowing how to fly. Another crack ran down the egg. "What shall we call our little one?" the mother dragon asked. "We still haven't decided on a name yet." The father dragon replied wisely, "As soon as we see our baby, we'll know which name is perfect for them." A third crack appeared on the egg and ran all the way around it. The purple egg began to jiggle from side to side, as though the little dragon inside just could not wait another minute to get out. The egg rolled over and broke completely open. A baby dragon, with skin the colour of freshly opened leaves, jumped up and smiled up at his parents. His proud parents looked into his emerald green eyes and fell totally in love with him. To their surprise, their son began to do something quite unexpected. The little dragon shuffled his feet along the ground, waved his arms in the air, and wiggled his little dragon bottom. The mother dragon whispered, "What's he doing?" "I'm not sure," the father dragon whispered back. "Maybe he's got an itch that he needs to scratch." The confused parents looked more closely at their beautiful son. The little dragon nodded his head in time to a silent rhythm and tapped his feet on the ground. He clicked his fingers and began to hum a joyful tune. Then he jigged from side to side and kicked his legs in the air. He waved happily at his parents as he moved around. His mother and father waved back, but they didn't know why their son was moving in such a peculiar way. Just at that moment, a beautiful owl landed on the branch of a nearby tree. She fluffed her white feathers and settled herself more comfortably on the branch. She smiled at the parents and said congratulations to them on the birth of their son. The parents kept their eyes on their son, but moved closer to the owl and asked if she knew what he was doing. "Dancing," the owl replied, "and very good he is too. He's got a good rhythm going on there. Look at him go. He's making me want to dance too." The owl started to bop up and down on the branch. The mother dragon said, "But dragons don't dance. We fly and we walk, and sometimes we run if we have to, but mainly we fly." The owl gave the parents a knowing look. You used to dance. Don't you remember? Didn't you two meet at a moonlight disco years ago? Isn't that where you fell in love with each other? A dreamy look came into the parents' eyes, and they gazed fondly at each other. The mother dragon said, "Oh yes, we did meet at a moonlight disco. I've been so busy flying here, there and everywhere that I've forgotten we used to dance." "Your son was born with a love of dance in his heart," the owl said. "Has he got a name?" "Oh, we forgot about that," the father dragon said. "But I have the perfect name for him." The parents went over to their dancing son and held out their arms to him. The little dragon danced over to them and into their arms. In a voice full of love, the father dragon said, "Disco. Your name is Disco. We've been waiting all day for you to come out of your egg." Disco repeated his name. He grinned, nodded, and said his name a few more times, as if he couldn't get enough of it. Then he jumped out of his parents' embrace and began to dance around the broken eggshell, whilst singing his name over and over again, and clicking his fingers and tapping his toes. The sight of their happy son made the mother and father dragon laugh in delight. They attempted to join in with his dancing moves, but they couldn't quite remember what to do and gave up after a while. Disco danced a little longer before flopping to the ground and falling fast asleep. The next day, the proud parents introduced Disco to the other dragons who lived on the mountain. Disco shyly said hello to the gathering of dragons, and then he began to dance. He just couldn't help himself. His feet just had to hop from side to side. His arms just had to wave back and forth. And his body just had to twirl and whirl around. The other dragons were astonished and asked the parents what Disco was doing. "Dancing," Mother Dragon replied, with a loving smile on her face. "But dragons don't dance," an elderly dragon said. "We fly, and we walk, and sometimes we run if we have to, but mainly we fly." Mother Dragon nodded. "That's what I thought, but then I remembered that we all used to dance. But we were so busy flying here, there, and everywhere that we forgot how to. Do you remember how to dance?" The elderly dragon frowned, as though searching for a memory. He said, "I'm not sure. Did we really dance?" Mother Dragon nodded. "We did. Disco was born knowing how to dance. He's got a natural rhythm in his heart, one that we all have. I keep trying to copy him, but my feet trip over each other. But I'm certain I'll remember how to dance again soon." The elderly dragon smiled. "I hope I remember too. Look at the fun Disco is having." The little dragon continued dancing and added a few wiggles and jiggles. He shimmied back and forth along the ground, humming happily to himself. Such was the joy on his little face that the other dragons began to smile. Some of them even tried to dance too, but they kept bumping into each other and had to keep saying sorry. Disco kindly showed them some of his simpler moves, but that didn't work either, and two young dragons ended up with their tails somehow tied together. The elderly dragon said, "I can see how good Disco is at dancing, but can he fly?" "Oh, we forgot about that," Mother Dragon said. Father Dragon asked Disco if he would like to learn how to fly. Disco said he would like that very much. His parents took him to the edge of the mountain and showed him how to open his wings and flap them back and forth. Disco copied them and soon found a rhythm in the flapping of his wings. His feet jigged merrily from side to side, as though dancing to the movement of his wings. When he was ready, his parents showed Disco how to soar into the sky. Disco's little face frowned in concentration as he launched himself into the air. The wind rushed beneath his wings and took him higher and higher. The little dragon smiled. He veered to the left and then to the right. Flying was amazing, totally amazing, and Disco loved it. He looked down and realized he could see the whole of Sleepy Forest below him. He saw lots of forest animals. Some were moving through the long grass, and others were grazing in the flower meadows. A few were wallowing happily in the rivers, and some were asleep in the trees. To his surprise and delight, he noticed some elephants were actually dancing. Disco had never seen anyone else dance before. He swooped a bit lower to get a better look. The group of dancing elephants saw him and waved their trunks in a cheery hello. Disco waved back. The need to dance was too strong for Disco to resist. He flew to the nearest mountain and landed on top of it. He folded his wings behind his back and began to boogie and bop. He twisted and twirled this way and that, and waved his arms around in the air. He hummed a happy tune. It was a melody that came straight from his heart. His parents landed next to him and watched lovingly as their little dancing dragon boogied cheerfully on the mountaintop. He was a joy to watch. After a while, the dragon family took to the skies again. But even though Disco loved flying with his parents, the second they landed, he began to dance. He just couldn't help it. His parents loved flying with their son too, but they could see how much his face lit up with pure happiness every time he danced. After discussing the matter between themselves, they came up with an idea. That evening, as the dragon family were roasting marshmallows on an open fire, the mother dragon smiled fondly at Disco and said, "We've been thinking about how much you love dancing." With his cheeks full of warm marshmallows, Disco nodded. He did love dancing very much. Mother Dragon continued, "And we thought it would be wonderful if you met other animals who love dancing too. Perhaps you could even dance with them." Disco quickly swallowed the marshmallows. "Really? I would love that. When we were flying earlier, I saw some dancing elephants down in the forest. I'd love to meet them. Do you think they'd like to meet me?" "Of course they would," his father said. "You are an amazing little dragon with a very special talent." His mother said, "You should fly down to the forest tomorrow and meet those elephants. You might meet other animals who can dance too. And when you come back home later, you can show us any new moves you've learned. Perhaps the right dance will help us remember how to dance again." Disco promised to learn as many new dances as he could. He was sure one of them would be perfect for his parents. Early the next morning, Disco said goodbye to his parents and set off on his dancing adventure. He flew over the tops of the snow-capped mountains and swooped down to the forest. He landed near the elephants who were dancing again. The elephants didn't notice the dragon at first because they were too absorbed in the dance they were doing. The elephants had arranged themselves into a circle, and as they jigged to the left and then to the right, their long trunks waved joyfully in the air. An older elephant was sitting in the shade of a tree, playing a merry tune on a big drum. Disco watched the elephants as they shimmied to the right and then skipped to the left, moving in perfect time to the beat of the drum. Before too long, Disco felt the rhythm catching a hold of him. His feet began to tap, and his fingers clicked in time to the music. He moved closer to the elephants and watched their skipping feet. One of the smaller elephants noticed him, and with a smile she made space for Disco in the circle. Disco grinned happily and joined the dancing elephants. His steps were in perfect time with theirs, and he even added a little wiggle and whirl now and again. The elephants noticed his fancy moves and copied him. Soon, the elephants and the dragon had made up a completely new dance. When the dance had finished, Disco introduced himself and said thank you to the elephants for letting him join them. The small elephant said, "That was our first dance of the day. We're going to do another one now. You can join us if you like." "Do you know how to do the conga?" Disco said he didn't, but he liked the sound of it. The elephants organized themselves into a line, with Disco in the middle. Using their trunks, tails, and in Disco's case, their wings, the animals made a long line that stretched back into the trees. The elephant with the drum began to tap out an upbeat rhythm on his instrument, and off the animals went, dancing the conga through the forest. 4 steps and a kick to the left, 4 steps and a kick to the right. Disco picked up the movements in no time. It was a wonderfully happy dance, and it made him laugh with utter joy. He thought about the dragons back on the mountain, and was certain they'd be able to do the conga dance too. He would teach them the moves later. The elephants and the little dragon congaed through the forest with the drumming elephant jigging behind them, never once losing the beat on his drum. After a while, the elephants came to a stop, and the largest one told Disco their dancing was over for the day. But if Disco wanted to find more animals who loved dancing, he should visit the porcupine family, because they would be doing their morning ballet soon. They told him which way to go through the forest. Disco thanked the elephants again, and then went on his way. He had no idea what ballet was, but he'd find out soon. A few minutes later, he found the porcupine family. There were 5 of them, and they were standing on their tiptoes and gently twirling on the spot. They slowly swayed to the left and then to the right, their arms held out elegantly, reaching to the sky. Disco thought they looked very graceful, and he was certain he'd never be able to move like that. The mother porcupine noticed the little dragon and welcomed him warmly. She said, "Are you the dancing dragon? I've seen you dancing on the mountain tops." Disco nodded. "I love dancing, but I don't think I could do what you're doing, though." She smiled at him and said, "You don't know until you try. Watch what I do and do the same." She held her arms out and waved them gently in the air, like ripples on a river. Disco copied her movements, and to his surprise, he discovered he was rather good at it. The porcupines showed him some more ballet moves, and even though some were trickier than others, Disco tried his best and did very well. He had a wonderful time. When the ballet dancing came to an end, the porcupines asked the little dragon to show them some of his dance moves. Disco boogied and shimmied. He whirled and he twirled. He bopped and hopped to his own beat. The porcupines followed his moves and mixed in some of their ballet movements too. And very soon, the dragon and the porcupines had made up a completely new dance. Disco showed the porcupines how to do the conga, which they absolutely loved. When the dancing was over, the porcupines thanked Disco for spending some time with them, and said if he wanted to meet other dancing animals, he should find the pink flamingos down by the riverbank. They showed him which way to go, and then said goodbye to the dancing dragon. Disco headed to the riverbank, practicing some of his new ballet moves along the way. He soon came to a group of bright pink flamingos who were standing along the riverbank. Disco was amazed to see that they were all balancing on one leg. The flamingos looked like they were waiting for something to happen. Disco waited too. And then something did happen. A turtle shuffled through the forest with a violin in her hands. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "I slept in. I just couldn't get out of my comfy shell this morning." She moved over to the waiting flamingos, sat down, and tucked the violin under her chin. She began to play a beautiful song. The sound of it caused the flamingos to start dancing along the riverbank in long, graceful strides with their heads held high. They strutted to the left, clicked their fingers 3 times, and then strutted to the right, before twirling around and starting their movements all over again. Disco's feet tapped to the rhythm of the turtle's tune. One of the flamingos noticed Disco and waved him over. He made room for the dragon and showed him how to strut in time with the others. It didn't take long for Disco to pick up the movements, and he enjoyed moving back and forth with the brightly coloured birds. He particularly liked the twirling around parts, and couldn't help adding an extra twirl and a double whirl sometimes. He added a couple of bops too. The flamingos noticed his moves and copied him, and soon a new dance was created. Disco stayed with the flamingos for a while and learned more of their dances, and in return he showed them some of the new ones he'd learned that day. He wasn't surprised to find out they loved doing the conga. After a while, the dancing came to an end, and the flamingos said they had to fly, but told Disco that if he wanted to continue dancing, he should head deeper into the forest, where he would find lots of animals who loved to dance. The little dragon thanked them and watched the pink birds as they flew away over the trees. He walked further into the forest until he heard the sound of music coming from somewhere. He followed the melody and arrived at a clearing where a trio of gorillas were playing guitars. Other gorillas were dancing in pairs and moving smoothly back and forth across the grass. Now and again, one of the dancing gorillas would spin around and dip to the ground whilst holding hands with their partner. The music was joyful, and Disco found himself bopping from side to side. The gorillas saw him and invited him to join them. Disco partnered up with a gorilla who was about his size, and soon the pair were waltzing around the ground as elegantly as the others. Disco couldn't help adding his own touches, with a spin here and a kicking leg there. His moves impressed the gorillas, and they did the same as the little dragon. And it wasn't long before the gorillas and the dragon were moving to a new dance. Disco stayed with the grooving gorillas a while longer, and even learned how to strum the guitar. Everyone was being so kind to him. He carried on through Sleepy Forest, on the lookout for more dancing animals. Disco soon came across a couple of red-furred foxes who taught him how to foxtrot through the blackberry bushes. Then he met a kind-faced panda who showed him how to perform a slow shuffle beneath the shady boughs of an old oak tree. Later on, he joined a dozen stripy tigers as they performed a tango across a wooden bridge, their tiger feet and dragon feet tapping a beat on the wood. Some time later, Disco took a rest at the side of a river and gazed in wonder as a group of smiling otters performed a synchronized swimming dance through the water. They asked Disco to join them, but he didn't like the idea of getting his feet wet. So he stood up and copied their movements on the dry land instead. The day wore on, and Disco carried on dancing with different animals. He boogied with badgers outside their burrows. He sambered with squirrels as they danced around a large tree. He met an elderly monkey who did a mamba whilst playing the mandolin. And he had a fabulous time dancing with some cheerful chipmunks who hopped and bopped through the forest. Disco had a wonderful time learning lots of new dance moves, and an even better time making new friends along the way. Most of all, Disco thought that making up new dances with the other animals was the best fun of all. The sun made its slow journey across the sky and headed towards the horizon. The first star of the night twinkled into view. The little dragon began to feel tired, and he couldn't stop himself from yawning. It was time for him to go home. He opened his wings and flew into the sky. But even though he was tired, his dragon feet still jigged a little jig as the memory of the day's dances lingered in his mind. As Disco flew through the darkening sky, he thought about the animals he'd met and all the dancing they'd done together. He'd had an amazing time and couldn't wait to do it all again. His mother and father were waiting for him on the mountain top. They hugged him and asked him about his day. The little dragon still had a small amount of energy left, so he showed his parents some of his new moves. More stars appeared, and a full moon shone down on the little dancing dragon. Disco was lost in the magic of his dancing and closed his eyes. He listened to the sounds of the night. Hoots came from treetop owls. A nightingale sang sweetly. The soft calls of good night echoed through the forest on the evening breeze. Disco felt the rhythm of the night surrounding him, like a soothing lullaby of relaxing sounds. He swayed gently from side to side. So lost was he in his nighttime dance that Disco didn't notice that all the other dragons on the mountain had silently gathered around him. They saw how slowly he was dancing and how his wings gently opened and closed as though he was flying. The dragons began to copy his soothing dance, and they softly swayed to the melody of the evening too. They smiled gently at each other. This was a dance they could all do easily. Still with his eyes closed, Disco yawned, and yawned again. His feet finally came to a stop. Mother Dragon scooped her son into her arms and took him into their cozy cave. She placed him in his bed and tucked a warm cover around him. She kissed him good night. She returned to the dragons and joined them as they danced their special nighttime dance. Very soon, and one by one, the dragons remembered how to dance. The moon shone down brightly on the dancing dragons as they discoed merrily through the night.
Is The Dragon and the Temple of Donuts by Jane Thomas. Perhaps you remember the story of Iggy Flame, the dragon who lives in a beautiful cavern in the mountains of Sleepy Forest. Perhaps you remember his brother and sister, Fira and Agni, and that he lives with his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Flame as you should call them, and Grandma and Grandpa Flame, and that Iggy's totally unique, never to be repeated, extra special magical party trick is that he blows bubbles instead of fire. There are many advantages to blowing bubbles rather than fire, and Iggy is slowly discovering some of these. He doesn't accidentally set things on fire for a start, and he doesn't need to rush down towards a river when he gets a coughing or sneezing fit. Bubbles are just beautiful clear balls with rainbows swirling around inside that drift through the sky and wait for someone to leap up and burst them with a satisfying pop, or that keep on floating forever and ever, heading out to play with the moon and the stars. And there's something that is sometimes good and sometimes bad, depending on the day and the moment. And it is that because Iggy Flame is the only dragon around who blows bubbles, he is very, very, very memorable. It basically means that Iggy has to be on his best behaviour at all times, because there's absolutely no way that he's ever going to get away with anything. And while being on our best behaviour is something that we should probably always try and do, it does feel a little bit, well, I'm sure you know, unexciting. Which is why when Fira and Agni came to Iggy's room one evening and said they'd found a treasure map and did he want to go exploring with them, he immediately said yes. In that moment, Iggy was tired of being the sensible one, the one who pointed out all the possible problems with a plan and why they'd maybe get into trouble, and that staying at home and playing ping pong was probably a much better idea. The treasure map had come from, and perhaps you've guessed it, Here Be Dragons, the shop run by Theobald Alysius Thackeray, and that's opened on days he feels like it. Or if someone comes along and offers him a sizable chunk of cheese in exchange for switching the sign from closed to open. Vera had been talking to Cuddle, who'd been talking to Prickles, and, well, to cut a long story short, they'd ended up with this treasure map that showed the location of a rather wonderful-sounding place. The Temple of Donuts, Iggy read aloud, licking his lips and imagining an entire temple made up of donuts. Dragons have two favourite things to eat. The first is anything hot and spicy that puts a fire in their belly. That one is obvious, I suppose. And the second, that you might never have guessed, is donuts. They love ring donuts, the ones that are sticky with sugar, or have a little cap of icing running around them, and they love tiny donuts that are little puffs of delight. And they love big fat donuts that ooze pools of bright red strawberry jam when you bite into them. If you should ever be lucky enough to meet a dragon, be sure to invite him to join you in a donut. You'll have a friend for life. The plan was set. The three of them would leave the following morning as soon as the sun had crept over the horizon. Of course, this plan would have been perfect, but the sun didn't really get a chance to do any creeping because there were far too many clouds around. So rather than departing on their adventure at the crack of dawn, they set off shortly before lunch and headed out into what can only be called very determined drizzle. "To the park," they called down to Grandpa Flame as he stepped onto the terrace of the cave and asked where they were going. "In the rain?" he called back, and all three had shrugged their glowing wings and given him a wave and carried on flying. "They're never going to the park," Grandpa Flame mumbled to Grandma Flame, who just smiled and patted the chair beside her, inviting him to sit down. "They'll be just fine," she assured him gently. "The pigeon trackers are in place, remember?" With that reminder, he was able to settle. The pigeon trackers are exactly what you'd imagine they might be. Pigeons that track. Since pigeons are everywhere, have you ever noticed that? They really do get everywhere. They can blend into the background, and nobody ever guesses they could be tracking. So the pigeons can hide in plain sight, as it were, and then use their homing skills to report back to base camp, usually parents and grown-ups, and let everyone know that things are just fine. So off went Iggy, Vera, and Agni, blinking their way through the drizzle and fluttering their wings to get the water off every now and then. And also off went 3 pigeon trackers, little pouches of seed carefully stowed so they could be sure to fly just as far and for just as long as the dragons. Agni had learned the treasure map by heart, so off they went, following first one river and then another, turning left as they came to a forest, and then right when they saw a castle with a pointed hatted tower room on each of its 4 corners. In fact, they flew so far that eventually the clouds ran out of rain and finally they were sweeping across a desert that rose and fell in vast sweeps of red and gold sand. In the distance, they could see rocky mountains rising up from the desert, and as they came closer, they saw entrances to caves. There must have been 100 on the first mountain alone, but Agni had taken the time to study the map and knew exactly where they must go. Not this mountain, nor this one, nor this one either. Yes, this one. The shape looking a bit like a giant camel loping its way into the distance. And there, right in the middle of its second hump, was the cave they needed to enter. Perhaps Vera and Iggy wouldn't have been so very certain Agni was right, except at the entrance to the cave was a little painted sign with an arrow that told them it was this way, right this way, to the Temple of Donuts. And honestly, they didn't need the sign either. They could smell the donuts from where they stood. Iggy drooled a stream of bubbles. As the three disappeared into the entrance of the cave, the trio of pigeon trackers landed on the sign. They did a quick inspection and established that there was definitely only one way in and one way out of the cave, and that decided it. They sat, pulled out a pack of playing cards, and settled down for as long as it would take. Iggy, although the smallest and youngest of the three dragons, led the way into the cave. A series of lanterns set into the wall lit the way, and if they ever came across one that wasn't particularly bright, well, it was only a moment before Vera or Agni sorted that problem out. The tunnel widened in some places and narrowed in others. Was high one moment, and the next they had to crawl. But the further they went, the more they smelled the donuts and knew they had to keep going. Iggy heard the sound of running water, and rounding the next bend, they came across a sparkling stream. You might expect that a stream would be no obstacle to a dragon. After all, they do come with a pair of wings that can take them anywhere. But I suspect you don't know that the first rule of flying that dragons are taught, before they can even walk, is that you must never, ever fly indoors. Far too many things go wrong when you fly indoors. There are things to bump into and things to break, and ceiling fans to get tangled up in, and curtains that can be pulled down, and every good dragon knows that indoor flying is absolutely forbidden. So it never occurred to any of them to fly across the stream, and instead they looked for a way across. It was Iggy who found the solution. He took one of the lanterns from the wall and held it this way and that, shining the light onto the water and looking for a bridge or a stepping stone they could use. And there it was, a bright green stone that almost seemed to glow, that almost seemed as if they could look inside it. Iggy handed the lantern to Vera, and he stepped back into the tunnel a few paces to be able to take a run up. 1 stride, 2 strides, 3 strides, leap! Iggy leapt and pointed his toes and went to land on the glowing bright green stone when, boing, he was launched back up into the air. As he waved his arms and flailed his legs, he shot towards the far side of the stream, landing with a bump and a thump. "It's jelly!" he called back to the others. "The stone isn't a stone at all. It's a giant green jelly." And he was absolutely right, as both Vera and Agni proved by also boinging off the jelly and bouncing their way to join Iggy. "Right," said Iggy, with determination in his voice. "What's next?" He marched along the tunnel and came to a huge cavern, a great pool of liquid yellow bubbling away in front of him. Bending down, Iggy dipped his hand into the yellow and gave it an experimental sniff before licking it. "Custard," he declared. "It's an entire lake of custard." Hanging from the highest heights of the very high ceiling of the cavern were great lengths of red rope, or indeed, as they soon found out, strawberry shoelaces. A series of steps and pulleys were lit by the lanterns, and the 3 little dragons took it in turns to climb the steps, haul in a shoelace, and then launched themselves across the custard lake to land on the far side. Iggy let out a little screech of delight as he was swept through the air, clinging on for all he was worth. His tail clipped the custard and sent a huge wave of yellow trailing behind him, and as he laughed, rainbow shimmer bubbles fell from his mouth and nose. The challenges continued as they went further and further into the mountain, with the dragons using lollipops as paddles in boats that crossed a chocolate river, and the stickiest caramels to help them climb a wall. But finally, they arrived into the biggest cavern of them all, and there were tables piled high with donuts. And in the walls were carved little shelves that were filled with donuts. And the dragons, who up until then had behaved themselves very well indeed and not eaten a thing beyond that single lick of custard, dived into it all. There were donuts so big and springy you could use them as a chair, and donuts so tiny you could eat 10 of them in a single go. There were ring donuts so large they could slip them around their middles and use them like rubber rings as they floated in a river of syrup that drifted idly around the edges of the room. There were donuts dusted with icing sugar, and donuts covered in sprinkles, and donuts dressed with chocolate drops and gummy bears and jelly beans. Donuts were shaped like hearts and diamonds, and in one corner they found donuts shaped exactly like dragons. Iggy bit into one of these, and the jam inside was hot with chilies, so hot that for a moment he felt as if he was breathing fire. And if he'd been able to look closely, which he couldn't because his eyes were watering so hard, he might have seen the faintest shimmer of a flame inside the bubbles that he blew after eating those donuts. And then Iggy went to pick up a particular donut and found it wasn't a donut at all, but it was something that was stuck to the wall, and he pressed against it and turned it and fiddled it this way and that, and a door creaked its way open at the side of the cavern. The 3 of them gasped, looking at steps that were covered in jewels and diamonds that glowed and glinted by the light of the lanterns, and they started climbing the steps, following them round and round, heading deeper and deeper into the very heart of the mountain. At the top of the steps was a table, and on that table was a plate of donuts. The 3 dragons had already eaten more than they had ever thought possible, but something about this plate of donuts said these were the special ones. These were the finest that might ever be found. These were the ones they had really come all this way for. They didn't necessarily look anything particularly special. Iggy reckoned that each was about the size of his average, everyday, basic sort of bubble. But they smelled of cinnamon and cherries, and they glistened with even more beauty than the stairs that were covered with diamonds. And before they knew it, the 3 of them were reaching forwards to take the donuts one by one and cram them into their mouths. It was a matter of a single minute, and the whole plate had been cleared, and the dragons were lying down, fluttering their glowing wings, a special kind of wonderful washing over them. As they lay and rested, Iggy spotted an envelope. He reached over and looked at it, reading, "To the finder of the grand donuts," on the front. A quick sniff revealed it too smelled of cinnamon and cherries, and he was sure this envelope was linked to the donuts they had just eaten. He opened the envelope and pulled out a letter. "Dear Donut Eater," he read aloud, snorting a few bubbles from his nose as he held back a giggle. "You have found the finest doughnuts the world has ever known. These are made from the sweetest cherries grown on a single tree in a land far, far away. They are crafted from the softest cinnamon, grown in a single garden in a land far, far the other way. Bringing them together at the perfect time is no small task. Enjoy these doughnuts if you must. Appreciate every bite, for they are only made but once a year, when the moon is full and the world is ready." How long did we take to eat those doughnuts?" asked Vera. "About a minute," said Agni. "Right," said Iggy. "So a year's worth of work," said Agni. "In a single minute," finished Vera. There was silence for a while, before Iggy broke it by saying, "Whoops!" The three of them burst out laughing, 2 flames reaching high into the cave and 1 stream of bubbles pouring out into the darkness. They learned a very important lesson that day. When something wonderful happens, take the time to enjoy it. And that something wonderful might come in a very unexpected form, like in a plate of doughnuts that taste oh so very, very delicious. "Same time next year?" said Agni at last. "You didn't even need to ask," said Iggy. 3 little dragons walked down the twisting turns of the diamond and jewel-covered stairs. 3 little dragons walked back through the door and into the vast cavern that was somehow once more filled with doughnuts. All the ones they'd eaten had been replaced, and all the ones they'd used to float in the syrup river had been dried off and hung up, waiting for the next visitors. The door in the wall closed behind them, and try as he might, Iggy couldn't remember which of the doughnuts he'd pressed to open it. Oh well, he shrugged to himself. He had a year to work it out. 3 little dragons used lollipops to steer boats across the chocolate river, and the stickiest caramels to help them climb down a wall. They swung on strawberry shoelaces across a great lake of yellow custard and bounced from a glowing green jelly in the middle of a stream. One by one, they reached the entrance to the cave, hidden in the second hump of a camel-shaped mountain on the edge of a desert. And one by one, they said good evening to 3 pigeons who were sat playing cards on the ledge. To most of us, one pigeon looks very like another, and none of the 3 little dragons noticed that these were the very same who had followed them from their home high in the mountains of Sleepy Forest. Perhaps if they hadn't been so very tired and so very full of doughnuts, they might have seen that the pigeons packed up their cards and flew off after them. But all they could think about was being tucked up in bed. The desert sand glowed red with the setting sun, and then the clouds shifted back into place, and the dragons flew through the rain back towards the castle with the 4 pointed turrets on its corners, back towards the forest, back towards first one river and then another, and back towards the terrace outside their home. Grandpa Flame was sitting on the terrace, a big umbrella held in one hand and a book in the other, and he looked over the top of his glasses as the three little dragons arrived. "Good day at the park?" he asked, without a hint of a joke in his voice. "The best," said Iggy. "Wonderful," said Fira. "Magic," said Agni. And they headed inside and didn't notice the three pigeon trackers report that the dragons had found the Temple of Donuts, and Grandpa Flame smiled as he remembered the very first time he'd been there too. And he wondered if his three little dragons had been lucky enough to find the grand donuts set on the altar at the top of the stairs covered in diamonds and jewels. Iggy, being the smallest and youngest of the dragons, was perhaps the most tired of them all. His feet dragged across the floor as he headed to the sink and carefully brushed his teeth. Up and down with the brush. And up and down with his eyelids as he struggled to stay awake. He climbed into his pajamas, the red ones, the really snuggly ones, and settled into his bed, pulling the blankets up around him and being sure to tuck his wings in safe and close. His mother came in all ready to read him a bedtime story, but Iggy could only mumble a very small "good night" before he was fast asleep, and she leaned down to kiss her littlest dragon on the tip of his bubble-blowing nose before she tiptoed quietly out of the room and softly closed the door behind her. It is perhaps unsurprising that Iggy dreamed of the temple as he fell asleep, and he dreamed of swimming in a honey river and floating in a syrup stream, and of swinging through a forest where the vines were made of strawberry laces and the trees were made of chocolate. He dreamed of someone growing cinnamon on one side of the world and of someone else growing a cherry tree on the other. And he dreamed of them travelling to the edge of a desert and a mountain that was the shape of a camel, and everything coming together under a full moon to make the perfect, most delicious donut of them all. And he dreamed of going there the following year, and of flying along the rivers and forests with his Grandpa Flame by his side. And in his dream, he took an hour to eat a single bite and a day to finish a donut. The bubbles he blew as he dreamed drifted around the room. Rainbow swirls dancing in the moonbeams that reached through the open window. Bubbles floating outside to head high, high into the world to sparkle and shine with the stars. He is The Sleepy Arcade Alien by Susanna McLaughlin. Stanley the alien sat on the stone wall at the bus stop, watching the white puffy clouds drifting overhead. He looked for the familiar glint of the space bus on its way to pick him up, but as of yet, all that crossed the vast blue expanse of the sky was a little propeller plane, a human one, that did a little loop-de-loop before carrying on its journey. An older alien, a lady with bubblegum pink hair piled up in a neat twist on top of her head, was also waiting, knitting a scarf in rainbow colours. She smiled as she tip-tapped her knitting needles together. Though it To a human, the bus stop would seem just like any other. It was actually the only bus stop on Earth visited by the intergalactic space fleet. And so, it acted as the drop-off and pick-up point for any aliens wanting to take a holiday in our world. Stanley had just spent 7 days on planet Earth. A short holiday, a cultural trip in which he learned all he could about Earthlings. For 7 days, he'd moved amongst them. The older ones, the young ones, the furry ones with 4 legs and a tail. He studied them and their habits, throwing frisbees at the park, splashing in the sea, eating all kinds of human foods. It had been a delightful holiday, but now it was time to return home to his mum and dad, who'd clean his washing and make his dinner. Lovely, sweet home. The bus was late, but Stanley didn't mind. It was so relaxing sitting here on the wall, listening to the tapping knitting, watching the poofy clouds. Stanley took out his headphones and popped an earbud in each ear. He had just found out about something the Earthlings called K-pop, and now he was obsessed. It was all he could listen to. Now, when his favourite song came on, he started to mime the choreography, using his fingers to act out the kicks and spins. He closed his eyes in concentration, nodding along to the beat, only opening his eyes 3 minutes later when he mimed hitting the final pose, making love hearts with his fingers and thumbs. Instead of a stadium of adoring fans, he saw a long yellow spaceship, his ride. It was already being enveloped in pink fog as it rumbled to life, ready to float up into the air. He caught a glimpse of the old lady alien through the window, who was settling into her seat and retrieving her knitting, as the ship disappeared into the clouds above. Stanley started towards the space bus, waving his arms, but it was too late. He missed it. He missed his bus. It had come and gone. Stanley pulled out his earbuds and put his hands on his hips with a sigh. He was such a silly alien. Like his dad always said, he had one foot in this world and the other in his imagination. He would lose his antennae if they weren't screwed on. Stanley looked at the bus timetable and sighed again. The buses came once every hour, but that was an hour measured by Excelcon 6, his home planet standards. And with the time distortion and all, that meant there wouldn't be another bus in 4 Earth weeks, and his parents wouldn't even realize he was late. Silly time dilation, Stanley said, shaking his head. His mum had told him to bring a transmitter so he could call her for a ride in case something like this happened. But Stanley had told her he didn't need to. Transmitters were bulky and loud. He'd just used an Earth phone whilst he'd been here. Earth phones had games like Angry Birds. They were way better. He sighed, shrugged, and sat on the wall. He supposed that in this sticky situation, all there was to do was wait. So he did. He tried all sorts to make the time go quicker. First, he counted the clouds floating overhead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he watched some ants, transporting a piece of lettuce along the pavement, a big marching line, all working together. He counted the ants. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then when he ran out of things to count, he just sat. Stanley stayed there on the wall, swinging his feet and twiddling his thumbs for an hour or so, before realizing waiting was no fun at all. So he began to walk. he strolled through the park and across the tennis courts to the leisure centre, before passing the cinema and crossing Main Street. He wandered along the seafront, watching the seagulls swooping and drifting across the sky. He wandered past groups of kids eating ice cream and salty chips, and the man leading his donkeys back and forth over the sand, giving rides to toddlers. He passed the man who sold donuts, sniffing in the sweet smell, and held his breath as he passed the woman who sold fish sticks and crab shells. Stanley wasn't supposed to still be here on Earth, but on a beautiful day like this, with the donkeys and the gulls and the donuts, surrounded by all these beautiful things, Stanley felt glad that he was. The sun was just beginning to set when he reached the pier, which meant the signs had just lit up for the evening, shining like beacons and reflecting in the water that lapped the shoreline. There, between the chip shop and the candy store, was an arcade, and decorating its front was a giant neon spaceship. The sign was boinging on a spring, as if taking off from the side of the building into the night sky. Stanley gazed up at it and felt a strange kind of homely feeling. The spaceship on the sign was blue, like his mum's. Stanley looked at the other signs affixed onto the building. There was a neon alien raising its hands, fingers split in an extraterrestrial greeting. There were day-glow planets and stars, and upbeat electronic music was spilling out into the night from an open door. The words above the door read, "Intergalactic Arcade." Stanley smiled. This place reminded him of XL-Con 6. It felt like home. Stanley shrugged, and the little worries that had set in at the bus stop rolled off his shoulders. So what if he had an extra 4 weeks to spend on Earth? He loved Earth. And maybe, if he stayed here at the Intergalactic Arcade, he wouldn't even miss his home-cooked dinners or clean laundry. Yes, he thought, this would do nicely. The little alien entered the arcade and found himself immediately wrapped in a whirl of sound and colour. Kids were riding pretend motorbikes in front of gaming screens, riding around racetracks. They were putting pennies into machines, trying to knock prizes into their waiting hands. They were making Pac-Man gobble white little dots and chase the little octopi away, and pushing buttons to make a little frog jump to cross a busy road. Stanley, in his own little bubble, watched from the sidelines, comforted by the smiles and laughter filling the room. A tasty smell wafted from the restaurant in the corner of the arcade, and Stanley followed his nose, taking a seat in one of the red leather booths. The mustachioed guy working there, in his cap and Star Wars t-shirt, soon came over and dropped a paper plate in front of him. "Aliens eat free," he said with a wink. Stanley grinned. It wasn't often people saw him. He only reached their knees after all, and people don't tend to notice things they don't believe in. But from the theme of the establishment, he could tell this guy was a fan. On the plate was a thick, doughy slice of pepperoni pizza. Stanley gobbled it down and then accepted another slice, and then a third. When the crowds left, the mustachioed worker swept, mopped, and closed down the arcade, switching off the video games and lowering the lights. "Stay here as long as you want, little dude," he called over his shoulder as he left. And so, Stanley had the Intergalactic Arcade all to himself. Stanley strolled across the slightly sticky carpets, playing a game here and there. He started with a sports game, throwing basketballs through a net, quickly setting a new high score. They played a lot of basketball on XLCon 6. Their national team, the mighty Comets of XLCon, had just beat the Jupiter Dribblers to win the Milky Way Cup after all. Then Stanley played a puzzle game, stacking blocks of peculiar shapes and sizes as they fell from the top of the screen. Next, he raced a race car along a rainbow road, picking up mushrooms that gave him ultra speed and dropping banana skins behind him. He got 6th place at first, then 5th, then 4th, and 3rd twice. Finally, he came first, and he did a happy dance to celebrate. He collected the little paper tickets he'd won and decided that tomorrow he'd trade them in for a prize, maybe one of those pens with the fluffy troll on top. Finally, Stanley yawned. It had been a surprising day, and suddenly, he realized, he was pooped. His eyelids felt heavy, and his eyes were tired from concentrating so hard on his games. It was time to find a bed. But where? Stanley wandered about for a while, wondering which would be comfier, the restaurant booths or the sticky carpet, until his gaze finally fell on a machine lit up with golden light in the corner. The claw machine. It was full of plushies, big brown teddy bears with button eyes and soft felt noses. They were like a huge cuddle puddle of fluff, all soft bellies and round ears. That would do, Stanley thought. That would do nicely. Stanley headed over to the machine and crawled up through the chute that usually dropped out the prizes. He emerged into the machine and crawled onto the top of the teddy pile. It was as soft as can be. A yawn escaped his mouth as he stretched his arms over his head and sunk into the soft pile of bears. And just like that, he fell into a deep, comfy sleep. Stanley woke up the next morning with his arms wrapped tight around a bear's belly. He felt weightless, supported by a cloud of plushies, and he decided to just lay there a while, just stretching, yawning, and listening to the sounds of the sleepy arcade. Soon, the mustachioed worker was back, opening the shutters to let golden sunshine in, cleaning and mopping, shuffling around in the morning quiet. Stanley stood up, teetered and tottered over to the prize chute, and with a hop slid on his bottom out of the machine, landing perfectly on the carpet. In his hand, he held the rolled-up tickets he'd won during his late-night gaming. Stanley waited patiently until Moustache Man opened up the prize booth, then placed his tickets on the desk with a grin. "Whoa, well done, little dude," the man said. "You're a top gamer." He counted the tickets and gestured to the lowest prize tier. "You've got enough for a troll pen or a skipping rope or a bouncy ball." Stanley began to peruse the shelf before his eyes started to wander up to the items that had heftier ticket prizes. If you won 250 tickets, you could get a chess set or a skateboard. 500 got a mini trampoline or a life-sized giraffe toy. 750 got you a robot dog or a voucher to feed the elephants at the zoo. Finally, 1,000 tickets got you... Stanley's mouth fell open. A state-of-the-art Martian transmitter with 5 channels and 2 extendable antennae. A transmitter that Stanley could use to call his mum and get a lift straight home. Home, where there'd be a warm dinner on the table and his pet snail and other aliens to shoot hoops with. "Hey, buddy, have you chosen?" the man said. Stanley closed his mouth and grabbed his tickets off the desk. "Changed my mind," he said. "I'm going for gold." He pointed a green finger at the top prize, and the moustache man raised his eyebrows, impressed by his determination. "No one's got 1,000 tickets before," he said. "But if anyone can do it, my bet's on you." Stanley headed into the arcade, which was slowly filling up with kids. He needed 1,000 tickets. It couldn't be that hard, could it? He started out on air hockey, and soon a line of kids was trailing around the arcade. No one could beat him. Stanley's reactions were record fast. As soon as the puck bounced off his opponent's pusher, Stanley was there, in the perfect spot waiting for it. And every hit that he made sent the puck bouncing ping, ping, ping around the table until it slotted into the goal with a satisfying clunk. A lazy ribbon of tickets grew from Stanley's side of the table, curling into a pile on the floor. After he won against the last girl in the line, with a whoop and a victory dance, Stanley sat cross-legged and counted his tickets. After 8 hours, he had won 75 tickets. His grand total was now 100. Stanley was puzzled. All that work, all those wins, and he was only 1/10 on the way to his goal. It'd take 10 days for him to win the transmitter. Stanley sat in his booth, eating pizza, resting to get his energy up. The little alien looked around the arcade. Maybe there was a better way to win tickets, he thought. He wandered around the games, running through the maths in his head. How long each game took, how likely he was to win, how many tickets he could get per win. Nothing seemed to help his mission. There was one shadowy corner in the back of the arcade that Stanley was yet to explore. It looked pretty empty and unused. Maybe it held old broken games, or the ones no one cared to play anymore. He padded over, blinking through the darkness as his eyes adjusted. The bright, showy lights didn't reach back here. There, as if it had been left for 100 years, Stanley found a machine covered in a sheet. He pulled back the sheet, sneezing as dust flew into the air like a cloud of glitter. It was a game. Stanley was sure of it. There was a platform to stand on and big speakers, a screen, and buttons to press. There was a big pink button right in the middle. It was emblazoned with the word "Start." Thinking he had nothing to lose, Stanley stood on the platform and hit the button. A whir sounded overhead, and a disco ball began to spin with a gentle creak. A series of beeps and boops sounded as the machine began to come slowly to life. One spotlight lit up, then another, and suddenly Stanley was in a show. A shimmering disco of multicolored light began to swim around him, and music began to pump out of the speakers as a dancer appeared on the screen. Stanley stared at a melody he knew well. It was K-pop. But not just that. It was his absolute favourite K-pop song. His favourite any song in the whole world. The floor lit up beneath him, and the dancer on the screen began to dance. Stanley quickly understood the rules. It was a dance game. He copied the screen, stamping in time, anticipating every move, every twirl, sashay and shimmy. Messages began to pop up on the screen. They said, "Amazing! You got it! Style! Swag! On point!" He didn't miss a single move. Stanley was winning the game. In fact, he thought, this game was made for him. He was a K-pop idol. He was a star. His fans were cheering for him, and his antennae were bouncing, his feet moving faster than the speed of light. When the song came to an end, the machine released a long string of tickets. 100 tickets. That's how well Stanley danced. Stanley scrolled through the list of songs. What would he do next? More K-pop, of course. He danced through every song in the repertoire, never missing a point. A crowd soon gathered to watch, drawn into the gloomy corner which was now a disco. Their faces bathed in flashing lights as they watched Stanley spin, twirl, and leap across the dance pad in a green, groovy blur. Word spread fast, and passers-by were bundled in off the street, the whole town coming together in the intergalactic arcade. Not only were people seeing an alien for the first time, they were seeing an alien who could dance. Stanley, who usually blended in, was gathering more attention than he ever had before, and he kind of liked it. Someone pulled out a phone and snapped a pic. Then someone else did the same. Stanley didn't notice. He was too busy nailing a jump split. But before long, the intergalactic arcade was all over the internet, and Stanley was being heralded the #Alien Dance King. Each perfect performance caused another ribbon of tickets to drop into his waiting arms. 200, 400, 600. After what felt like hours, he finally hopped off the machine to hugs and applause. He smiled for selfies, making little hearts with his fingers and thumbs, his signature pose. Someone took his place on the dance mat, bopping away, and the crowds turned to cheer on the new star. When his legs no longer felt like jelly, Stanley stood up, dusted himself off, and marched up to the prize counter, a mountain of tickets piled high in his arms. "Hey, champ," Moustache Man said. "That was quite a show. Looks to me like you might have enough for the top prize." Stanley nodded, eyes bright. 1,053, he announced proudly, dropping the bundle with a satisfying rustle. Moustache Man reached up to the top shelf and retrieved the Martian transmitter. He rooted around for some AA batteries, popped them in the device, and placed it ceremonially in Stanley's hands. Stanley took it carefully, as if it were made of glass. He felt a warm, fuzzy feeling spread through his chest. He'd done it. He'd won the ultimate prize. Stanley twisted the dial, flipped the antenna, and pressed the biggest button. A soft whir filled the air, followed by a voice crackling through the speaker. "Stanley? Sweetie, is that you?" Stanley beamed. "Hi, Mum. I missed the bus." "Oh, of course you did," she sighed. "Not to worry, buddy. Do you need a lift?" Stanley looked around the arcade. The kids were still dancing, and a girl with big bouncy curls turned to look his way, beckoning him back into the game. He looked at the transmitter. "I think I'll catch the bus home actually when it comes," he said. "I made some friends. I think I want to stay just a little longer, if that's okay." It was, and when he and his mum had hung up the call, Stanley turned back to the arcade, tucking the transmitter into his hoodie pocket and giving it a loving pat as he headed into the throng of laughing kids. That night, Stanley curled up in the claw machine, nestled amongst his pile of teddy bears. Soft, sleepy lights flashed gently overhead. The arcade once again packed down and wiped clean for the night. Now it was quiet, but Stanley still had a happy butterfly or two flapping in his tummy. As he took deep, sleepy breaths, the butterflies ceased their dancing, and Stanley sunk lower into the soft surface beneath him. His belly was full of pizza, and his arms and legs were pleasantly tired from a day of dancing. Stanley, once again, was pooped, and very, very happy. The little alien smiled to himself as he drifted into his dreams. Maybe, he thought, maybe he'd try to miss the bus more often. The once noisy dance machine was now all turned off, polished clean, and sleeping until tomorrow. Stanley had left the disco ball turning, however, sending soft silver light swimming over the walls and floor of the arcade. You would almost have thought you were underwater, with the gentle, undulating patterns shining over the arcade. Stanley dreamt of slowly twisting nebula as the silver light danced against his closed eyelids, and he sank deeper into the soft plush surface beneath him. Glow-in-the-dark stars shone from the ceiling with soft green light, and the soft whir of the aircon filled his alien ears with a quiet, sleepy buzz. Everything was packed away, switched off, and sleeping. And so was Stanley, curled around a soft, plump teddy bear, little tummy moving up and down as he snored. There would be plenty of fun to come tomorrow, but for now, sleep. Is The Yeti Who Sold Spaghetti by Alicia Ainsley. One evening, Littlefoot the Yeti received some most surprising news. He found out that his favourite shop in the whole wide world, Auntie Antler's Alpine Emporium, was closing down. Auntie Antler was an elderly reindeer who'd lived on the same snowy mountain range as Littlefoot for as long as he could remember. Eons ago, when he was but a young Yeti, his parents would take him to Auntie Antler's Arctic Emporium, where he would browse the shelves for all kinds of delicious treats, like snow rolls and Yule logs and baked Alaska puddings. Then he would take a seat at one of the tables alongside his parents, and Auntie Antler would bring out a tray balanced on her antlers with 3 steaming bowls of her signature homemade mountain vegetable soup. Every now and then, Littlefoot would ask Auntie Antler if one day she could make him spaghetti, for spaghetti was Littlefoot's favourite food. But Auntie Antler would just chuckle and say, I've got no knack for making spaghetti, I'm afraid, Littlefoot. You'll have to have your spaghetti elsewhere. Littlefoot wouldn't mind, because even though it was true spaghetti was his favourite food, Auntie Antler's mountain vegetable soup was still absolutely delicious, and he licked his bowl clean every single time. In fact, Littlefoot loved Auntie Antler and her mountain veg soup so much that even all these years later, he still came by the Emporium almost every day to see her and have a bowl. And it was on one such evening that Auntie Antler told him the news. In just a few days, the Emporium would be closing its doors. It was shutting down. Littlefoot's mouth fell open in shock. Unfortunately, he was halfway through eating his mountain vegetable soup, so a piece of carrot popped out of his mouth and plopped onto the table. "But why?" he asked. Auntie Antler sighed. "Do you know how long I've been doing this, Littlefoot?" 100 years?" he asked. "Not quite," Auntie Antler said, "but close. The truth is, I'm getting too old to run an emporium and be stuck in the kitchen all the time. I've loved it. I've had a full house every night for as long as I can remember. And I've been featured 3 times, yes, 3 times, in Mr. Tusk's list of best mountainside meals. But, Littlefoot, I'm ready to retire. I want to have more time for doing things that reindeer like me want to do, like skiing and watching documentaries about Lapland. The era of the Alpine Emporium has been wonderful, but even the most wonderful eras got to come to an end sometime." Though Littlefoot nodded because he understood, he still looked down sadly into his soup. "I'll be sad not to have your delicious food anymore," he said. "Don't worry, Littlefoot," said Auntie Antler. "You can still swing by my house from time to time, and I'll make a special bowl just for you." Littlefoot gave her a smile. That made him feel better. He perked up a jot. "And what will happen to this place?" he asked, looking around at the building's wooden walls and rafters. "Is someone going to take it over?" "Well, I hadn't quite got that far," Auntie Antler told him. "But I do have one idea, though it might be a pretty crazy one." "Oh, yes?" Littlefoot asked. "What's that?" "I've been thinking about how you always wished I would serve spaghetti in here," Auntie Antler said. "I remember you would so often say that there was nowhere, anywhere on the mountain range that could do a good bowl of spaghetti." "Well, that's true," said Littlefoot. "But what does that have to do with anything?" "I thought perhaps someone could turn the Emporium into a spaghetti place," Auntie Antler said. "That's a nice idea," said Littlefoot. "But who could do that?" "Why, you silly sausage," Auntie Antler said. "You, of course." Littlefoot blinked at her. "Me?" he asked. "Yes, you." Auntie Antler gave him a long look, with her bushy reindeer eyebrows raised. "Just think about it," she said. "Now, think about it." So he did. He looked around the Emporium, at its rows of shelves, its counter and bar, its kitchen in the back. The tables and chairs, the walls covered in pictures of all kinds of snowy mountain creatures eating Auntie Antler's soup, the creaky, beloved floorboards with the soft and cosy rugs. He thought about it. And the more he thought about it, the more he liked it. A spaghetti shop. Well, yes, wouldn't that be a fine thing? And not just any spaghetti shop. His spaghetti shop. Yeti Spaghetti. Littlefoot broke into a big smile and put a furry white hand on Auntie Antler's shoulders. "I'll do it," he said. As it turned out, there was much to prepare for opening a spaghetti shop in the mountains. Even though the log cabin of the Alpine Emporium was weather-tight and sturdy, it still required a lick of paint and a few decorations. Littlefoot, after all, wanted to put his own stamp on it. So he got out a paintbrush. A rich olive green would be best, he had decided, and set to work. And when the place was spruced up, he hung pictures of bowls of pasta on the walls and fashioned a couple of life-sized Yetis, wearing chef's hats, of course, out of dried spaghetti, to act as welcoming statues by the door. And last but not least, he built a sign, climbed a ladder to hang the sign above the door of the log cabin that read, "Yeti Spaghetti," in bright golden lights. You'd be able to spot it from way down the snow-lined street. It would draw people in from far and wide. Luckily, the waiters and kitchen helpers who worked with Auntie Antler wanted to stay on, so Littlefoot didn't have to find new staff. But what he did have to do was induct them all into the fine arts of making spaghetti. They were very skilled cooks who had refined and perfected a whole suite of dishes that appeared on Auntie Antler's menu. But, as you well know, they had never cooked spaghetti. And at Littlefoot's Yeti Spaghetti, they weren't simply going to be cooking spaghetti, they were going to be making it. So Littlefoot put on his white chef's hat and showed them how to mix the eggs and the flour, and then kneaded it together until it produced a dough of just the right consistency. A balancing act as tricky and particular as a circus performer treading a thread-thin high wire. Then he taught them how to take a rolling pin and roll out the dough until it was a long, thin sheet, and slice it into perfect strands of spaghetti as slender as angel's hair. Then into the bubbling water they went, swimming around for just a few minutes until they were cooked perfectly through. "And you see," he said to his sous chefs, presenting them with a bowl of steaming pasta, "this is how you make a perfect bowl of spaghetti." And then, of course, the sauce. Or rather sauces. Cheese sauces and bolognese sauces, vegetable sauces and sauces with secret recipes that only a select few would ever know. And of course, Littlefoot's special creation, of which he was particularly proud. Have you ever heard of a spaghetti dessert? Well, at Yeti Spaghetti, they would revolutionize pasta forever with the hazelnut chocolate spaghetti, lip-smackingly good. "Are you sure you're going to be able to get this all together in time for opening night, Littlefoot?" Auntie Antler asked, scrutinizing the long list of dishes the Yeti had written out on his chalkboard menu. Clearly, she thought it was ambitious. Littlefoot crossed his fingers, and his toes too, for good measure. "I hope so," he said. But he needn't have worried. Opening night went off swimmingly. Yeti Spaghetti was filled with guests who'd arrived from every neighbouring mountain peak. Candles flickered on tables, an Arctic monkey played guitar perched on a stool, and bowl after bowl of perfectly cooked spaghetti made its way from the kitchen to plates, and every bowl was wiped clean. "Well," Auntie Antler said when the evening was over. "I think that was a roaring success." "Me too," said Littlefoot. Our Yeti friend was exhausted. He'd been on his feet for hours, welcoming diners, smoothing out issues, delivering dishes to tables. But he had an irrepressible smile on his face. What a night it had been. "Oh," Auntie Antler exclaimed. "What's that?" A white envelope had just been slipped through the letterbox and was now resting on the welcome mat that lay before the door. Auntie Antler trotted over and lifted it up. "Oh my," she said. "I know what this is. I remember when I got my letter through the post." Littlefoot looked at her with his bushy white eyebrows raised. "What do you mean?" he asked her. "What is it?" For an answer, Auntie Antler opened the letter and read it out. "Dear Littlefoot, it has come to my attention that you have lately opened a spaghetti shop to roaring acclaim. As a consequence, and to test the place for myself, I shall be attending Yeti Spaghetti tomorrow evening. If I am impressed by your offerings, you shall make it onto my list of best mountainside meals. But if I am unimpressed, then it will be a different matter entirely. I look forward to my visit. Until tomorrow, Mr. Tusk. Littlefoot's eyes widened with surprise and the slightest bit of trepidation. "Mr. Tusk?" he asked. "As in Mr. Tusk, the most important restaurant reviewer in the whole of the Sleepy Mountains?" Auntie Antler nodded. "And he wants to come here?" Littlefoot asked. "Tomorrow?" Auntie Antler nodded once again. Littlefoot gulped. Littlefoot wasn't entirely correct. Mr. Tusk was not merely the most important restaurant reviewer in the whole of the Sleepy Mountains. He was arguably the most important restaurant reviewer in the whole of the Northern Hemisphere. He was a big walrus of a ripe and seasoned age who'd made a name for himself over the years with his list of best mountainside meals, the definitive list of which eateries you simply had to go to, and which ones you simply had to avoid. No one knew if he was called Mr. Tusk because of his two massive tusks. If he'd only had one, some people said, he'd have just been called Mr. Tusk. Or if he was called that because that was the sound he made, tsk, tsk, when he was unimpressed with a dish set before him. He wore a top hat and a single monocle that made one of his eyes look supersize, and restaurateurs everywhere loved and feared him in equal measure. He could make a new restaurant sink or swim, which meant that Littlefoot had to make sure everything in Yeti Spaghetti was absolutely perfect. He couldn't have a single spoon out of place. He had expected the day to go terribly slowly, as things often did when you were eagerly anticipating something. Just like when each day leading up to your birthday or Christmas seems to take a year to pass by. But, in fact, the day went rather quickly for Littlefoot. He supposed that was because he was kept very busy. He scrubbed the surfaces, he dusted the lamps. He went down to the tundra to pick alpine flowers, which he then placed in vases on all of the tables. He made sure that everything in the kitchen was in order. He gave his staff a much-needed pep talk. And then the evening snuck up on him. One moment, Littlefoot felt the sun was shining low in the sky, spilling yellow light over the snow and making every minuscule crystal glisten. And the next moment, the sun had gone. The air was dark and crisp, and the sky was a black blanket studded with twinkling stars. Guests were coming in through the door, taking their seats, lending their voices to the happy hubbub of chit-chat. How relieved Littlefoot was to see that Yeti Spaghetti was busy that evening. There was nothing worse for a food critic, he thought, than an empty restaurant. Then there came a knock at the door, and somehow Littlefoot just knew, perhaps from the ominous, booming nature of the knock, perhaps from the way that Auntie Antler glanced at him from across the room. He just knew. He opened the door, and there stood the walrus, his proud tusks freshly polished, his shirt and suit jacket finely pressed. "Why, good evening, Mr. Tusk, Littlefoot said. "Welcome to Yeti Spaghetti. It's such an honor to have you here." Mr. Tusk eyed Littlefoot through his monocle. "And you are the proprietor?" he asked. Littlefoot blinked at him for a moment. Yes, sir. If by that you mean, am I the Yeti who runs Yeti Spaghetti? Why, yes, I am. Littlefoot's the name." Mr. Tusk nodded. "Very good. Well, I have heard very good things about this place on the grapevine. I hope I shall not be disappointed." Littlefoot led Mr. Tusk to his table. It was the best table in the house. It stood the perfect distance from the guitar-playing Arctic monkey, in a position where the moonlight fell directly through one of the windows. It was altogether a magical spot, and Littlefoot felt a small wash of satisfaction at the look on Mr. Tusk's face. He was, at least, impressed with the vibes. Littlefoot handed Mr. Tusk the menu. "As you may have expected from the name," he said, "we only serve spaghetti here. But let me tell you, sir, the things you can do with spaghetti are almost unlimited." Mr. Tusk nodded and perused the menu before handing it back to Littlefoot. "I shall have the Yeti Sunsetty Spaghetti." "Oh, the Sunsetty Spaghetti. That's a very good choice, Mr. Tusk, said Littlefoot. He gave a little bow and took the order to the kitchen. "Start chopping those tomatoes in half," he told his team. "I want each and every one of them looking like the sun dipping down below the horizon." And as his team got preparing the veg, Littlefoot undertook the spaghetti himself. With a guest as important as Mr. Tusk, only the most expert spaghetti maker would suffice. He mixed the ingredients, rolled the dough, cut the finest slivers of pasta, and flashed them in a pan of water. 10 minutes later, Littlefoot himself was carrying the plate of pasta to Mr. Tusk. The walrus inhaled the rich smells rising from the plate. "Smells very good," he said. "Now let's see how it tastes." Littlefoot watched nervously from the corner, with Auntie Antler patting his shoulder with a hoof, as Mr. Tusk slowly and then more quickly gobbled down the sunsetty spaghetti. Soon enough, his plate was sparkling clean, as though there had never been any food there in the first place. "And how was that, sir?" Littlefoot asked, reappearing at Mr. Tusk's table. The walrus just gave a small nod. Clearly he was not willing to give anything away, and told Littlefoot it was time for him to take a look at the dessert menu. "Of course, sir," he said, handing the walrus the dessert menu and beginning to clear the table, when Mr. Tusk let out an exclamation of surprise and disgust. "Hazelnut chocolatey spaghetti," he spluttered. "Ah, yes," said Littlefoot. "I know it sounds rather peculiar." "Peculiar is one way of putting it," Mr. Tusk interjected. "But I assure you," Littlefoot went on, "it is quite a wonderful surprise." The walrus sighed. "I'm not convinced by that, but I suppose I shall have to try it." "Certainly," Littlefoot said, and he managed to keep his cool until he was safely back inside the kitchen, where he felt a little wobble go through him. "Oh dear," he thought. He hoped the hazelnut chocolate spaghetti wouldn't ruin Mr. Tusk's experience. And so it was with some trepidation that Littlefoot carried the plate of chocolatey spaghetti to the table, placed it in front of Mr. Tusk, and backed away. He watched as the food critic frowned, glaring down at the bowl, and lowered his face to give it a sniff. He grimaced. Then, picking up his fork, he nudged the pasta around, as though reluctant to even take a bit. He wound a few strands of pasta around the fork, and, hazelnut chocolate sauce dripping off the pale strands, he ferried a small bite to his mouth. He frowned. He chewed. And then the most wondrous thing happened. A smile like the sun rising dawned over Mr. Tusk's face. He looked down at his plate in surprise, and without wasting another moment, he tucked into the chocolate pasta. "Many thanks, Littlefoot," Mr. Tusk said 15 minutes later, as he pulled his jacket back on and made his way to the door. "You will hear of my review soon." When he was gone, Littlefoot slumped to the floor. He was exhausted. All the guests were gone, the restaurant was tidied up, and he was alone in Yeti Spaghetti with Auntie Antler. "You must be starving," she said to him. "It's been a long day of hard work. You need a bowl of spaghetti yourself." But Littlefoot only shook his head. "For the first time in my life," he said, "spaghetti is exactly what I don't want." "Well," asked Auntie Antler, "what would you like?" He gave her a soft look. "What I really want," he said, "is a bowl of your mountain veg soup." Auntie Antler gave him a warm, loving smile and trotted off into the kitchen. Not long later, she returned with a bowl of her hot, delicious soup, which Littlefoot sipped at gratefully. There they sat, chatting quietly as Littlefoot ate his soup, when something rather unexpected happened. A white, enveloped letter slipped once again through the door and fell to the mat. Auntie Antler and Littlefoot exchanged a wide-eyed stare, and she trotted over to pick it up. "Should I open it?" she asked. Littlefoot stared at her a few moments longer, deliberating. If this was what he thought it was, did he really want to know now, or should he save it for tomorrow? "Yes," he said. "We can't wait." Auntie Antler opened the letter and read, "Dear Littlefoot, I wanted to let you know straight away about my experience at your newly opened Yeti Spaghetti. What an interesting restaurant you've opened. Altogether very strange, but undeniably lip-smackingly delicious. And, if I may say so myself, I have never eaten a dessert quite so unexpectedly brilliant as your hazelnut chocolate spaghetti. Even writing that feels odd to me, but there you have it. And so it is with much delight that I can tell you you have made it to the top of my list of best mountainside meals. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Tusk Tusk." Littlefoot could have melted from the sweep of relief and joy that went through him. Top of the list? He couldn't believe it. "Well done, Littlefoot," Auntie Antler was saying, wrapping her hooves around him in a big reindeer hug. "But I didn't doubt you for a moment." "Thank you, Auntie Antler," he said. "Thank you for everything." Auntie Antler smiled, kissed him on the forehead, and left. Moonlight filtered through the restaurant. Sleep weighing heavily on him, Littlefoot wandered through Yeti Spaghetti and into the kitchen, where a huge pan of unused spaghetti sat on the side. Well, there was no one here to eat it. What would Littlefoot do with all that spaghetti? And then the oddest, coziest thought occurred to him. How comfortable and inviting that spaghetti looked. He took the pan and tipped the spaghetti onto the floor so that it lay in a big pile. And then, just like that, he lay down on it. Oh, yes, he'd been absolutely right. It turned out that not only was spaghetti the most delicious of all foods, it was also the most comfortable of all beds. Why had he never thought to sleep on spaghetti before? He nestled down into the soft, starchy strands, and they seemed to move to accommodate him. Spaghetti for a mattress, spaghetti for a pillow, and spaghetti for a warm cover. What more could he hope for? Sinking down into his spaghetti bed, the memory of Mr. Tusk Tusk's review like a gentle stroke in his brain, Littlefoot closed his eyes, stretched his limbs, and yawned. And it wasn't long before Littlefoot, the Yeti who sold spaghetti, drifted off to sleep. It's Finding the Perfect Pet by Jane Thomas.
"We think it's time," said Elliot Elmwood's parents one damp and grey Saturday morning, when the world seemed to suggest it would never stop raining and nothing would ever be lovely again. Elliot's whole body quivered with excitement. Could it really be true? He looked at his mother's face and over to his father's face, and both were smiling down at him, nodding their heads. "Look how well you've looked after your little rose bush," said Elliot's mother. "It's looking absolutely beautiful."
if you can keep a plant alive for so long, it's surely time to get your first ever pet. Elliot looked across at Robert and grinned. He'd named the rosebush after his father's suggestion, not really understanding why a plant named Robert was quite so hilarious, but his father had laughed and laughed when he'd agreed to it. His mother had rolled her eyes and refused to refer to the rosebush as Robert. And so the three of them pulled on their waterproof coats and waterproof trousers, their Wellington boots, and grabbed their umbrellas from the stand in the hall. With a lot of rustling of waterproof material, they left the little house they called home and headed out into the rain. Elliot's mother walked along, twirling her umbrella over her shoulder, holding Elliot's father's hand. With his free hand, Elliot's father held his umbrella and fended off 1,000 imaginary dragons and foes as they headed along the path. And Elliot turned his umbrella upside down and floated it in the giant puddles, watching the wind make it skim across the surface and racing to the other side to gather it up and carry it along to the next puddle. So in this way, which is, if you think about it, quite an energetic way of walking, they followed the path through the woods and along the stream, and out until the stream became a river. The river flowed by fields where sheep grew heavier and heavier as their wool soaked up more and more water, and cows picked their way carefully between the puddles in search of the finest, freshest blades of grass. A family of swans paddled slowly upstream, heads down against the driving rain and pushing their way firmly against the current as they headed towards their favourite fishing ground. It took a full half an hour of walking and puddle jumping, and umbrella twirling and dragon slaying to reach the huge blue gates of the zoo, but it went by in a heartbeat for Elliot because he knew, for the first time ever, that on the other side of those gates waited his very first pet. He had no idea which animal he would choose because he'd barely ever believed this day would come, so had given it remarkably little thought. Elliot hopped from one leg to the other as he waited for his father to pay for their tickets. He tried peering past the entranceway to see which animals they would meet first, but he couldn't quite make out what the sign said. He took his glasses off and rubbed the raindrops from them, putting them back on to find a much less blurry world, and a sign that promised it would send him first of all to Africa. He immediately imagined walking a lion on a lead in his local park, and Elliot's heart gave a little hop of excitement. "Right," said his father at last, tickets in hand and ready to be fed into the little slot in the ticket barrier. "To the animals we go." Elliot's mother went first, getting her umbrella tangled up in the barrier and needing a full 2 minutes to break it free. A full 2 minutes, during which Elliot thought he might explode with impatience. Elliot went next, the hood of his coat catching in the same barrier that had snarled up his mother's umbrella, and he had to stand there and wait while his father reached over and rescued him from the trap the barrier had set. And Elliot's father went last, glaring at the barrier, as if to say he would accept no nonsense from the contraption, popping his ticket in and marching through with no problems at all. He gave a little celebratory smile and called a satisfied "Ha!" at the barrier over his shoulder, lunging at one final imaginary dragon as he walked away from it. Elliot's mother was fluttering a map and trying to establish the best route around the zoo, but Elliot had spotted something, and grabbing her hand, pulled her towards an animal that excited him more than anything else ever possibly could. This was his dream animal. He knew in a moment this was the perfect pet. This would change his life forever. "Are you absolutely sure, darling?"
fluttered his mother. "He's awfully beautiful, I'll give you that, but really, where would we keep him? My dearest, darlingest, most delightful boy, we may need to think this through." His mother was prone to flights of fancy and being slightly dramatic and speaking in such over-the-top ways. "Impossible," muttered his father. For his father was prone to talking in individual words, if at all possible, and expressing himself with grunts and a single raised eyebrow. Possibly because after many years with Elliot's mother, he'd learned he could only get a single word into the conversation anyway. The elephant in front of them trumpeted loudly, reaching forwards with its long trunk to play with Elliot's hair. He sniffed all around Elliot's face and tickled him under his chin. "But he's wonderful," said Elliot, getting the giggles as the elephant's trunk found his tummy. "He's absolutely, definitely, completely the perfect pet." Elliot's parents exchanged a look. They would have to work in unison to convince Elliot that the elephant was far and away from being the pet which should accompany them in their tiny terraced house. "Dung," said his father at last, the single word hanging in the air for a moment before his mother picked up the idea. "Yes, dear, dung. Elephants do produce rather a lot of it, don't they? Look, this sign says they can create up to 100 kilos of dung a day. I mean to say, darling, although it's terribly good for the roses, I'm not sure we can quite accommodate 100 kilos of elephant dung every single day." Elliot reluctantly conceded they might have a point. He wasn't quite sure what 100 kilos of dung looked like, but he knew he weighed 25 kilos. The thought of having to organise the equivalent of 4 times his body weight in dung every single day possibly made the elephant a slightly less perfect pet after all. Reluctantly and a little sadly, he patted the elephant's trunk by way of saying goodbye. The 3 of them followed the arrows and passed by many other enclosures. Elliot looked at hippos and rhinos, hyenas and giraffes. But something inside him said that no, these probably weren't what he was after. He worried for a moment that he would never find the perfect pet. And then, there it was, lying beneath a tree, looking him straight in the eyes. "There," he said to his parents, pointing across the field. "Under the oak tree. There is my absolutely, definitely, completely perfect pet, and I don't think you can say otherwise." "Oh my," said his mother. "Nope," said his father. Elliot sighed. "Go on then," he said. Tell me what is wrong with having a lion as a pet?" "Well, dear," said his mother, desperately skimming the sign for some information about the lion. She breathed a sigh of relief as she found what she needed. "I imagine, my darling boy, that you want to spend as much time as possible playing with your pet, don't you? But lions, dearest boy, will sleep for nearly 20 hours a day. And if they've had a big meal, they may very well sleep for the entire 24 hours. Obviously, if it wasn't for all the sleeping, a lion would make a perfect pet indeed." She trailed off and left her husband to take over. "Ridiculous," he said, raising an eyebrow. Elliot sighed. He had to admit they had a point. He loved the idea of spending every waking moment with his future pet, playing games and becoming the very best of friends. Feeling a little sad, he waved goodbye to the lion, and they set off through the zoo. And so the three trundled on, passing by flamingos posing gracefully on one leg, and armadillos who rolled themselves up into balls and rolled down slopes, and seals who showed off by balancing balls on the tips of their whiskered noses. It was when they reached the North American section of the zoo that Elliot saw the animal that he was sure would make the perfect pet. His stomach gave a little flutter of excitement as he imagined running through the woods with it and snuggling up to it at night. He stopped in the middle of the path and announced to his parents that this time he really had found absolutely, definitely, completely the perfect pet. Elliot put his hands on his hips and dared them to find a reason to disagree. His mother and father stood and looked into the enclosure, opening and closing their mouths like goldfish. They desperately skimmed the sign, looking for a solid argument. Finally, his father found it. "Nocturnal," he said. Elliot's mother clapped her hands with delight and relief. "There, dear, see? It says quite clearly, grizzly bears are nocturnal in the early spring and summer. Now, darling, I can quite see that a grizzly bear would really make a wonderful pet indeed. But isn't it such a shame that they're only awake at night for half of the year?" The bear looked at Elliot's mother and yawned. He stretched his enormous paws, scratching himself, then stood up to his full 9-foot height and let out a roar. "Goodness!" fluttered Elliot's mother. "Ridiculous," announced Elliot's father. Elliot just sighed. The grizzly bear did seem a little big and more than a little noisy, and maybe he wouldn't be the perfect animal to snuggle up with at night, given that he'd want to be out hunting instead. Reluctantly, he accepted that this was not his perfect pet. Elliot was beginning to think he'd be stuck with Robert Plant the rose for the rest of his life. His mother and father noticed him looking a little crestfallen and skillfully steered him in the direction of the zoo's café, coaxing a smile out of him by buying a frankly enormous slice of chocolate cake and setting it down in front of him. Elliot was determined to stay a little bit sad, but it's incredibly difficult to be sorry for yourself when a slice of cake appears the size of your own head, and it's all for you. By the time he'd licked the last of the creamy frosting off his fingers, he was ready to head out into the zoo again and start up the search once more. "Maybe you should consider something a little more, conventional, darling," said his mother. "You know, dearest boy, there's a lot to be said for hamsters and guinea pigs and rabbits." "Quite," agreed his father, giving a brisk nod. Elliot had played with his friends' pets many times and seen hamsters spinning round in little wheels and watching guinea pigs making nests out of egg boxes, and stroked rabbits and admired their long, soft ears. They definitely seemed like worthy, sensible pets, but he knew in his heart of hearts that he wanted something different. He wanted a pet that announced to the world that he, Elliot Elmwood, was out of the ordinary. And he could hardly do that if he went into school on Monday and told people he was now the proud owner of a goldfish. Elephants were out. Lions were out. Even grizzly bears were out. Elliot and his mother and his father moved on to the aquatic area of the zoo.
Elliot walked past fat seals lazing on rocks, saw crocodiles lurking on the edge of pools, and in the distance could see penguins waddling around importantly. Finally, in the middle of a vast tank, he saw the perfect pet. "There," he said proudly, pointing out at the creature in the water. "You can't deny that is absolutely, definitely, completely the perfect pet." His parents looked at the dolphin dancing through the ripples on the water, and for a moment their hearts leapt at the thought of having such a pet. But they were ultimately sensible people, and well aware of the confines of their small terraced home, and knew that, unfortunately, a dolphin would not be coming home with them today. "Listen, dear," said his mother as soothingly as possible. "Although the dolphin is of course a terribly beautiful creature, I'm not quite sure it is the perfect pet after all. Look, this sign says that in the wild they have almost 100 square kilometers of sea that they'll call home. And that's a lot, my darling boy. That's an awful lot of sea. How much sea is that exactly?" she said, turning to her husband. 8,000 soccer pitches, his father said promptly. For as well as being a man of very few words, he was also something of a maths whiz, and had rapidly worked out how to express 100 square kilometres in a way his son might possibly understand. "That does sound like an awful lot," Elliot said in a small, sad little voice. He mentally hung up the hoops he'd been imagining and forced himself to stop thinking how fun it would be to ride on the back of a dolphin every day after school. If he was going to get the perfect pet, he was going to be the perfect owner, and that meant ensuring the animal was as happy as possible. As lovely a thought as it was, a dolphin wouldn't be happy in his paddling pool. They'd now spent many hours walking through the zoo in search of the perfect pet, and all three of them were starting to lose hope. As they came towards the final area, Elliot read aloud the sign. "Rescue an animal today," he read. "Look, there's a special place for rescuing animals. Maybe we'll find one in there." He pulled at his mother's hand, and she trotted after him, his father following close behind. As they were about to enter the centre, the rain finally stopped, and the sun peered out from behind a cloud. A huge rainbow spread across the sky. "It's a sign," said Elliot's mother. "Look at that, darling. It's definitely a sign that something wonderful is going to happen in the Animal Rescue Centre." "Impossible," murmured Elliot's father, as he too thought that it was very odd indeed that the rain had stopped at just that moment, and such a glorious rainbow had appeared at just that time. They walked into the centre, and Elliot's face lit up as he saw colourful birds fluttering their wings, and kittens rolling around on cushions, and sleeping hedgehogs rolled up safe and warm. He walked past each one, imagining what life would be like with that animal in his world, and kept tearing himself away until he stood in front of a large glass tank and knew, somewhere deep inside, that this was his perfect pet. "There," he announced to his parents. "There is my absolutely, definitely, completely perfect pet." A tiny creature with the cutest smile and bright, blinking eyes looked back at him. Elliot's father pressed his hand against the tank, and the creature swam up alongside. He was almost exactly the length from pinky finger to thumb. Elliot's mother pressed her hand against the glass too, and Elliot saw that the creature's 6 fluffy little branches growing from its head were the same colour as her bright pink nail polish. "Isn't he wonderful?" said Elliot. "Isn't he adorable?" said Elliot's mother. "Incredible," said Elliot's father. The axolotl smiled and paddled his little legs, the 6 fluffy little branches, which were actually gills and not branches at all, floating around his head as if they were dancing in delight. "Can we keep him?" asked Elliot. "I think he's made for you, darling," said Elliot's mother. "Definitely," said Elliot's father, who picked up the tank and walked with it across to the till. Elliot and his mother rushed through the shelves, picking up everything from a miniature stone castle to a beautiful green seaweed forest to add to the tank and give the axolotl something to explore. "I knew the rainbow meant something wonderful was going to happen," said Elliot's mother as they stepped outside into the sunshine and started their walk home. Elliot's father proudly carrying the tank and pretending for all he was worth that it really wasn't very heavy at all. When they reached home, Elliot cleared off a corner of the table in his bedroom, and the axolotl and his tank were put carefully in place. It stood next to the rose bush that Elliot had so carefully tended for so long. "But what shall I call him?" asked Elliot, suddenly struck with the absolute importance of getting the name just right. "How about something like Ace?" suggested his mother. "Ace, the axolotl. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Elliot wasn't so sure. It wasn't quite right. "Archie?" he tried. "Arthur? Alex?" None of them worked. The axolotl smiled at him and blinked, waiting to be named. Elliot's father cleared his throat. "Axel," he said. The axolotl nodded. Elliot leaned towards the tank and tried the same name again. "Axel?" he said, and softly tapped the glass. The little axolotl swam swiftly over, pink gills waving softly as he swept through the water. "You're right," he said. "That's his name." Elliot's mother rolled her eyes at his father. "I know what you've done there," she said, looked at the little creature named Axel that stood alongside a rose. His father shrugged and smiled, enjoying the little joke. Elliot had no idea what they were talking about, but was absolutely, definitely, completely happy as he snuggled down into bed that night, with the soft glow of the water tank lighting the far corner of the room. Axel had taken himself inside the castle to sleep, dragging in some of the softer pieces of seaweed to join him, and Elliot pretended that he too was lying inside the walls of a castle in the softest floating bed. And he drifted gently into dreams that were filled with wonderful days learning everything that would make Axel happy, determined to be the best pet owner the world had ever seen. He dreamed of dolphins and elephants and flamingos balancing on one leg, and hedgehogs rolled up into tight little balls,
and made a wish on the brightest star that everyone would know a day as wonderful as this.
The Clumsy Dinosaur by Jane Thomas. Tonight's story is about a girl named Cece and her neighbour Spike. The unusual thing about Spike is that he's a dinosaur, half Snoozosaurus and half Snorosaurus to be precise. He moved in not so long ago, and Cece thinks he's the best neighbour ever, even if he does snore so loudly that she has to bury herself in soft mountains of blankets and pillows every night just to get her 40 winks. Ever since he came to live next door to Cece, the duo have been firm friends. I'd go so far as to say they're best friends. There's something a little magical about having an absolute best friend. Cece and Spike have things like their special goodbye, where they give each other a high five, a low five, and a behind five that ends with a wiggle and a jiggle. They know the minute they see each other whether it's the sort of day to go to the skate park and rush and whoosh around the course, seeing if they dare leap into the air, or whether it's the sort of day to sit on a park bench and share an ice cream while just being there for each other. Today, Cece has woken up very much in a go to the skate park kind of mood. The sun is shining, the sky is blue, and she swears the birds on the branch by her window sound as if they're singing the tune of a Swiftie song, just as she bounces down the stairs, jumping with 2 feet onto each and every step. She hears Spike next door doing the exact same thing. And just as her mother comes to the bottom of the stairs and says, "Try and be quiet, Cece," she hears Patricia, that's Spike's mother, telling him the same thing too. But nothing is going to break Cece's good mood today. While she's waiting for the toast to pop, she dances round the room. And when she spreads the jam, thick, full of whole strawberries that she squashes with glee onto the toast, she sweeps the knife back and forth to the rhythms of a song she's humming to herself. "Toast," she sings to herself, "toast for me, covered in lovely strawberry." Her mother smiles as she passes her a glass filled to the brim with watermelon juice. Cece grins and sings another little song. "I shall have some juice to drink, juice that's thick and sweet and pink." She takes a huge gulp, then wipes her hand across the back of her mouth, cleaning away the pink moustache that appeared. "Is it all right if Spike and I go to the skate park?" she asks, hopping from foot to foot. "Don't forget Spike's cousin is here for a visit. He'll have to go with you," says her mother. Cece stops for a moment. She'd quite forgotten the cousin. "I believe," her mother went on, "he's an acrosaurus. Yes, I'm sure that's what Patricia said." Cece had no idea what an acrosaurus might be, but if he was a cousin of Spike's, then he must be a generally excellent dinosaur. She danced her way down the hall, danced her way into her shoes, and danced her way down the garden path, along the road, and down the path that led to Spike's front door. She was just reaching for the knocker when the door was flung open, and there was Spike, skateboard under his arm, ready to go. They gave each other a double fist bump and wiggled their shoulders, their special way of saying hello. And then Spike stepped aside and introduced his cousin Dizzy. He'd been born in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains in the USA, land of hills and valleys and mysterious mists that swirled and whirled above the trees and swept their way along with the rivers and streams. Dizzy was a delicate greyish-silver colour, with a ridge of orange spines that grew from his back almost as if they were a mountain range, and his long tail slipped along the hall as if it were a rippling silver stream. Cece reached past Spike and shook Dizzy's hand, asking him if he liked skateboarding. "Oh, he's never tried," interrupted Spike before Dizzy had a chance to speak. Dizzy shrugged and smiled. "But it sounds fun," he said. "I'd love to try." Spike was already out the door and heading up the road, calling over his shoulder for the others to catch up. Dizzy dashed outside, his long tail catching on the table that stood in the hall and sending it and everything on it flying. A pile of papers flew up into the air, landing in a completely different order all over the floor. Pens shot off in all directions. A lamp seemed to hover in midair for a moment before crashing down onto the carpet. And Patricia came racing out of the kitchen, tea towel still in her hands. "Oh gosh, I'm sorry," said Dizzy, desperately scrabbling to pick things up. As he turned to help, his tail brushed against the pictures hanging on the wall, making them lurch and swing at alarming angles, as if they were trying to dance themselves away from their hooks. "Whoops, sorry," said Dizzy, reaching for the pictures and holding them in place, his long tail clipping a coat stand and sending that with a wallop and a thump onto the floor too. He looked around desperately, trying to decide what to pick up first. But Patricia answered that for him by smiling and shooing him outside. Looking over her shoulder before she closed the front door behind her, Cece saw that there was a general trail of chaos inside the house. As Dizzy knocked over a plant pot in his rush to catch up with Spike, she had a strong suspicion she knew exactly who had caused all that mess. The walk to the skate park was just as chaotic as Cece had a feeling it might be. If there was something to trip over, a curbstone, a street sign, a litter bin, then Dizzy would trip over it. He knocked over the giant ice cream cone that stood outside the newsagent's, and Spike just caught it in time before it hit the ground. Poor Dizzy spent the whole walk apologizing both to Cece and to Spike, and to random lampposts and pillar boxes he walked into. It was Spike's skateboard, so he had the first go swooping around the course, racing up and down the curves and ending with a quick spin of the skateboard. Cece high-fived him and went to have her turn, not daring to go quite as fast as Spike, but still putting in an impressive performance. Dizzy watched them both carefully, seeing exactly what they did, how they bent their knees in one place, how they pushed the board with a foot to gather speed, how they leaned back when they wanted to slow down. And he did his very best to copy just what they'd done. Somehow, he managed to fall off before he'd even put both feet on the board. Then, when he was halfway to standing up, he tripped over the board and fell again. Finally, he was on the board at the top of a slope, and it took off towards the bottom with him shrieking, a sort of combination of delight and horror that ended with him colliding with a tree. Dizzy was so rattled by the whole thing, he even apologized to the tree. They spent a lovely few hours racing around the course. Dizzy no better at the end than when he'd started, but still with a smile on his face. And then Cece pulled out her purse and counted the coins her mother had given her, announcing that they had more than enough to go to the little café in the corner of the park. The three of them set off, Spike steering them along the route with the least obstacles for Dizzy. He made sure they didn't go anywhere near the pond, but that did mean they needed to go close to the freshly planted flower beds. And, of course, Dizzy saw a squirrel and got distracted and tripped over a bench and, well, the three of them had to sort of guess where the flowers might have been as they rushed to put them back in the ground in some kind of order. To cross the river, they had the choice of the little wooden swinging bridge, the one that Cece liked to try and cross as Spike stood there shaking it, making it rush from side to side and up and down as she tried not to trip. Or they could go over the stepping stones, hopping from one to the next and hoping they never missed and fell in the stream. On the whole, it seemed safer to go with the stepping stones, and it should come as no surprise to learn that by the time they arrived at the café, the three of them were dripping wet. Dizzy had stumbled and tripped and grabbed at Cece and Spike so many times that they'd all ended up in the river at one point or another. Cece squeezed the water from her t-shirt as well as she could, and was very glad she chose to wear dark shorts that day, so you couldn't really tell. Well, not from a distance, at least, that they were soaking wet. Of course, poor Dizzy knocked over half the tables and chairs on his way to the counter to look at the cakes. And when he turned to pick up one chair, his long tail got in the way and somehow knocked over another. "He's wonderful," whispered Spike to Cece, "but I have never known such a clumsy dinosaur." Cece giggled. "His spikes get redder and redder the more embarrassed he gets. I don't think anyone minds, really. It's just funny to watch." They finally settled on the idea of taking their cakes and drinks across to a huge open area of grass and sitting on the ground. It seemed safer than staying in the café. Cece lay back with a sigh, her head resting on Dizzy's chest and her feet on Spike's. She tore little pieces from her banana muffin and tossed them into the air, catching them in her mouth. This was something she'd mastered, and Dizzy watched on, impressed by the skill. He eyed up his chocolate chip muffin and considered trying the same thing, but, on reflection, decided it was best to eat it as he normally did. That was quite messy enough, after all, without adding in the art of throwing. The three of them lay back and looked up at the sky, watching perfect little puffs of white clouds drift by and seeing how birds floated high, high on the thermals. A red and gold butterfly landed right on the end of Spike's nose, and he lay perfectly still, crossing his eyes to see it properly, all of them entranced as the butterfly opened and closed its wings, opened and closed, opened and closed, before slowly taking off and fluttering over to the flower beds. "Dizzy?" asked Cece after a while. "Do you mind if I ask you something?" Dizzy, his arms behind his head, quite content in the safety of staying perfectly still, said that of course he didn't mind. "Is it quite tiring being so very clumsy?" asked Cece. "Very," said Dizzy. "I try so hard not to, but it sometimes seems the harder I try, the more things I knock over." "Remember that time you knocked over the tent at Aunt Philly's wedding?" said Spike with a bit of a giggle. Dizzy groaned. "I'll never forget it," he said. "That's where I learned my trick, though." Cece sat up. trick?" Spike removed Cece's feet from his stomach and sat up too. "Yeah, what trick?" "I learned what to do when I don't want to be clumsy at all," said Dizzy simply. Spike spread his arms and pointed at the huge field they were sitting right in the middle of. "You've been pretty safe out here," he said with a laugh. "Oh, I can do better than a field," said Dizzy. "Find me a long length of rope and I'll show you." Cece and Spike exchanged a look. They were curious now. And so the three of them headed back towards home, with Cece rushing into the garage as soon as they returned. She knew that somewhere in there her father had a huge length of rope, all coiled up and neatly tied, and she hoped it was long enough for whatever trick it was that Dizzy could show them. She laughed at herself as she knocked over a pot of paint in her rush to find the rope. Perhaps Dizzy's clumsiness was rubbing off on her, she thought, as she cleaned the mess up with a pile of old newspapers. Cece took the rope outside to show Dizzy, and he put his head on one side and looked at the rope, seeing if he could work out how long and how strong it was. In the end, he gave a nod. "Right, now we need a couple of trees," he said. And both Cece and Spike looked towards the back of their houses, where two huge trees reached high up into the sky. "Will those do?" asked Spike. And again, Dizzy put his head on one side and seemed to be judging something about the trees. He gave another nod. Yes, the trees would do. "The rope," explained Dizzy, "needed to be tied between the trees, and it needed to be as tight and as straight as they could make it." This meant that Cece had to go into her back garden and climb up the tree a little, wrapping the rope around the trunk and tying the knot as tight could be, and then throwing the rest of the rope over the garden fence into Spike's garden. Spike then climbed up his giant tree and did the same thing, making sure the rope was pulled tight and straight and absolutely level. Dizzy looked up at the rope, then reached his arms above his head and held on, slowly allowing his whole weight to hang from the rope that stretched between the two trees. It seemed to be firm, so he pulled himself up, swinging himself around quickly and dancing onto his 2 feet. With his arms held out to his sides and his eyes closed, Dizzy walked along the tightrope they had created. He walked as easily as you or I might walk along a sidewalk. There was no pausing, no hanging around, no moment when he wobbled. For the first time that day, Dizzy was calm. He walked to and fro between the two trees, first towards the one in Cece's garden, and then back towards the one in Spike's. And then he repeated this, still with his eyes closed and seeming somehow to know when he reached the end of the rope and turning in perfect time. Eventually, he came to a stop above Spike's garden, opened his eyes and grinned, then hopped down from the rope. Cece pulled a chair over to the fence and stood on it, looking over into her best friend's garden where she saw Spike high-fiving Dizzy. "Bravo!" she cheered. "Amazing! But how'd you do it?" Dizzy reached up and lifted Cece over the fence, setting her down on the ground and sitting beside her. Spike joined them, so the three of them made a sort of triangular kind of circle, there at the end of the garden. Dizzy told the other two to copy what he was doing, and he held his arms out by his sides and closed his eyes, breathing in slowly and deeply for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then breathing out slowly and fully for 1, 2, 3, 4. He repeated this, and the others joined in, taking long, slow breaths that they held for a moment before releasing them back into the world. As I breathe in, Dizzy explained, I move my left leg forwards on the rope. I imagine that I'm floating high, high above the world. I'm there with the birds in the day and the stars in the night. I can look down and see the valleys far, far below. The valleys where I was born, where the mist swirls and whirls and sweeps its way along with the rivers and the streams. And then, as I breathe out, I put my right leg forwards on the rope, and there I am, far above the trees, far above the highest buildings, away from the noise of the traffic and the busyness of everything. I am perfectly calm and perfectly still. And there is nothing for me to bump into up there, as long as I keep breathing slowly in and breathing slowly out. He stopped speaking and smiled to himself, opening his eyes and looking at the faces of Spike and Cece, both completely calm and with soft smiles resting in place. Slowly, they too opened their eyes and grinned across at Dizzy. It's how I fall asleep, too, said Dizzy. Even when I need to listen to this snoozosaurus snoring and rumbling his way through the night. He nudged Spike in the ribs as he said this. He leaned over and whispered loudly into Cece's ear, making sure Spike could hear what he said. Try it, he said. Imagine you're walking on a tightrope far above the world, and I promise you'll soon fall asleep too, even with the noise coming from Spike's room. That evening, Cece explained to her mother what Dizzy had taught her, and she smiled and said yes, that was what an acrosaurus did. And Cece suddenly realized that the start of acrosaurus sounded a bit like the start of acrobat, and her mother nodded and smiled and said yes, it meant heights. And Cece decided to see if she had a little bit of acrosaurus somewhere inside of her as she rested her head on her pillow and curled up to fall asleep. As she closed her eyes, she took a deep breath in and imagined moving her left leg forwards on a tightrope far, far above everything else. The sun was just setting and cast a soft golden glow over everything. So, as she looked down, she saw golden birds returning to golden nests in golden trees. A stream ran along as if it was melted gold and poured its way into a golden pool, ripples spreading out in ever-growing circles as a golden frog hopped from a golden stone into the waters. And then she was slowly, so slowly, letting her breath out. And as she did, she imagined moving her right foot forwards and looking across at the first silver sparkles of stars in the sky. So close, it almost seemed as if she could touch them. An owl flew silently past, great wings sweeping gently up and down, up and down. The breeze rushing against her face as he slowly drifted from one side of the world to the other. A deep breath in, her left leg forwards, and a golden dragonfly landed on the very tips of her golden fingers, its wings a shimmer of silver and gold in the fading light of the day. Slowly releasing the breath, she looked down towards a golden sea, gentle waves rising and falling, a golden beach lined with golden palms that swayed back and forth, back and forth. And Cece never noticed the snores of the dinosaur next door, because the mist-grey dinosaur, with the tail that stretched as if it was a stream of silver, had shared his secret with her. She, too, could walk across the valleys of the great Smoky Mountains. She, too, could stride above the deserts with their shifting sands. She, too, could look down on temples and rivers, mountains and forests, and balance on a thread as slender as silk that reached from one side of the world to the other. Is The Princess and the Dinosaur by Alicia Ainsley.
Sierra was a normal 9-year-old girl. She was inquisitive and quick-witted. She loved learning new things and new skills, and she had plenty of energy that she needed to burn off every day. She loved dancing and art. She thought animals were adorable, and her favourite food was ice cream. Yes, Sierra was just like many other 9-year-olds, except for one thing. Sierra was a princess, a real royal princess. Every day, Princess Sierra awoke to her usual wake-up call of the birds chirping outside her window. The morning sun trickled in through the long white curtains and lit up her room, beckoning her to start her day. The palace attendants always laid out a pretty dress for Sierra to wear and a matching pair of shoes. Once she was dressed, her lady-in-waiting would brush her hair and style her ringlet curls in a delightful design, completed by a colourful ribbon that matched her outfit. Then she would go downstairs to eat breakfast with her parents, the king and queen. A buffet of eggs, bread, yogurt and fruit was readily laid out for her to help herself to, and then she would eat her fill before the day's duties began. Each morning, Sierra had several classes she needed to attend as a princess in training. She would take etiquette lessons and learn how to eat, speak, and stand like a princess. Then she would take music lessons and dance classes, practice different languages, and work on her school studies with the palace tutor. Aside from her princess training, she was required to join her parents in their royal duties so that she could observe them and learn from them.
Royal duties could be as simple as meeting the townspeople and tending to their needs, paying visits to nearby kingdoms, and welcoming lords and ladies to their own, and sitting in on courtly matters regarding the running of the kingdom. Sierra found this last task particularly dull. Today, Sierra was required to join her parents in a royal parade through their kingdom. It was a special anniversary, celebrating the kingdom's long history, and there would be a huge parade through the town for all of the citizens to watch. There would be music and dancing in the streets, and Sierra and her parents would ride in their golden carriage, pulled by their majestic horses, smiling and waving to the people. Because of the big royal parade, Sierra's classes were postponed for the day, and she had the morning to do with as she pleased. Despite having so much free time on her hands, Sierra didn't know what to do. She wandered the palace halls for a while, admiring the tapestries and paintings of her royal family, and then went for a stroll around the palace grounds. It was a bright, sunny day, perfect for a royal parade. Sierra walked for a while, holding up her parasol above her head, and stopped to rest on the wall of the water fountain. Two sweet stone cherubs spurted water out of their mouths in the centre of the fountain, creating a relaxing trickling sound. Sierra looked around, took a deep breath, and sighed. She was bored. She gazed at all of the beautiful flowers, fruit trees, and perfectly groomed hedges that adorned the palace grounds. It was all very picturesque, but there wasn't much else to do except look and admire. Sierra wished that she could have a big climbing frame or a swing set in the palace gardens. That would be really fun. As Sierra sat and sulked on the water fountain, she stared ahead to the edge of the palace grounds and noticed something moving in a tree beyond the garden wall. She stood up and walked closer to the wall to inspect it better. As Sierra approached the tall, white stone wall, she noticed that there were hundreds of trees beyond the palace grounds. She'd never really noticed them before. It looked like a forest. As Sierra got nearer, she could see clearly what was moving in the tree. Slowly but surely, a grey sloth was shuffling across one of the tree branches. Sierra had never seen a sloth in real life before. She giggled and said, without expectation, "Good morning, Mr. Sloth. How are you today?" To her bewilderment, the sloth turned its head lethargically and looked at Sienna before replying in a slow drawl, "Why, good morning. I'm very well, thank you. Although I am a bit tired. How are you?" Sierra staggered backwards with surprise. She didn't know that sloths could talk. She didn't think that any animals could talk, for that matter. Sierra stammered, You, you, you can talk?" The sloth chuckled a slow chuckle and replied, "Why, of course I can. Every animal can talk in Sleepy Forest." Sierra's eyes grew wide with excitement.
She had never heard of Sleepy Forest before. She hadn't thought much about what was outside of her royal kingdom. But now she was desperate to find out more. Sierra bade farewell to the talking sloth and wished him a good day before running back inside the palace to find her parents. "Mother! Father!" she cried as she rushed into the drawing room where they were relaxing before the afternoon's parade. "Have you ever heard of a sleepy forest before? I just spoke to a talking sloth on the edge of the palace grounds, and he said that in Sleepy Forest all the animals can talk." The king and queen laughed gently at their daughter's bafflement. The king twitched his moustache and answered, "Oh, yes, of course. Sleepy Forest is just beyond our kingdom, and it is full of all sorts of wonderful, magical beings." The queen admitted that she used to venture out into Sleepy Forest all the time before she became so busy with royal errands. Princess Sierra was perplexed. She couldn't believe she'd never heard about Sleepy Forest before. She wanted to know more, immediately. Sierra asked her parents if she could go out into Sleepy Forest sometime to take a look around. She would love to meet some more talking animals and see what other magical creatures were living there. It sounded incredible. The king and queen shared a look from their comfy chairs, and the queen nodded her head. "Let's go for a morning stroll in Sleepy Forest," she suggested. "I haven't been there in years. Since I have some rare, spare time on my hands, now would be a perfect opportunity." Sierra leapt up into the air with glee. She couldn't believe that she was getting to go into a magical forest. This day had just got so much better. The queen asked the royal attendants to bring her and Sierra's wellies, and they swapped their pretty, dainty shoes over for big, clumpy boots, perfect for trudging through a forest. The queen led Sierra through the palace grounds and over to a big wooden gate on the far side of the gardens. The gate was always locked, but today the queen unlocked it with a special iron key. She opened it up, and Sierra was amazed to see a long, dusty path leading from the gate out into the vast forest beyond. The queen informed the royal attendants that they would be back in time for the parade, and then she took her daughter's hand and led the way into Sleepy Forest. Sierra felt exhilarated. She'd never been outside of the kingdom before, and it was especially exciting to be exploring a new, magical land with her mother by her side. Sierra and the queen walked along the path through Sleepy Forest, enjoying the morning sun breaking through the trees and listening to the sounds of the forest. Aside from the sound of birds singing and squirrels squeaking, Sierra heard the occasional gentle rustling in the bushes, and she could have sworn she could hear a faint jingling in the air. She wondered if the talking sloth she had met earlier was still anywhere around. Her mother, the queen, walked with a spring in her step and smiled delightedly as she led the way. She told Sierra all about the times she had ventured into Sleepy Forest in the past, She had met a myriad of friendly, talking animals, and once she'd even seen a group of tiny elves building a bridge over the river. The Queen seemed to have lots of pleasant memories of Sleepy Forest, and Sierra couldn't wait to make her own. Eventually, Sierra and the Queen came upon a wooden bridge, similar to the one that the Queen had mentioned. Sierra was in awe that her mother's story was true, and the Queen giggled at her daughter's fascinated expression. "Shall we cross the bridge?" the Queen asked Sierra eagerly. Sierra was speechless and could only nod in response. Both royal ladies walked over the bridge in their Wellington boots and beautiful long dresses, and continued their stroll on the other side. They walked for a while, but they did not come across any talking animals. It seemed that either the magical creatures were hiding or didn't live in these parts. Sierra was starting to grow disappointed that she might not see any more talking animals when the Queen paused and whispered to Sierra, "Look over there, through the trees." Sierra squinted in the direction her mother was pointing and, to her amazement, saw a young dinosaur with a long neck trotting through the trees. The dinosaur appeared to be practicing its whistle, but its notes were slightly off-key, and Sierra grinned at its adorable attempts. Sierra couldn't believe she was seeing a real-life dinosaur. She thought they were extinct, but her mother whispered to her that anything was possible in Sleepy Forest. Sierra wondered what other marvelous creatures were hiding amongst the trees. "Can we say hello?" Sierra whispered back to her mother. But she needn't have bothered asking, as, right on cue, the young dinosaur spotted Sierra and the Queen through the trees and began plodding over to see them. "Hello," the little dinosaur called out in a sweet voice. Sierra mustered up the courage to speak back to the dinosaur and greeted it in return. The friendly young dinosaur introduced himself. "My name is Dewey," he said cheerfully. "What are your names?" Sierra informed Dewey the dinosaur that she was called Princess Sierra, and she was with her mother, the Queen of Perlasia. "Wow!" the dinosaur gasped as he took in the two royal ladies. Dewey the dinosaur lowered his head in a deep bow. "What an honor to meet a queen and a princess," he said. The Queen smiled graciously, and Sierra returned a curtsy to Dewey's polite bow. "What brings you into Sleepy Forest this morning?" the long-necked dinosaur asked politely. "Are you lost?" Princess Sierra replied that they weren't lost. Her mother was showing her around Sleepy Forest, as she had only just discovered it. They had a royal parade to return home for later. The young dinosaur's ears pricked at the mention of the parade, and his shiny black eyes lit up. "Will there be noble steeds at your parade?" the little dinosaur asked breathlessly. Princess Sierra wasn't sure what a noble steed was, and she turned to her mother with a look of confusion. The Queen confirmed that yes, there would be noble steeds in the parade. She informed Sierra that noble steeds were the royal horses that pulled their carriages and allowed the royal family to ride around on horseback. The youthful dinosaur's mouth hung open with longing. "I've always wanted to be a noble steed," Dewey confessed. "It has been my dream for as long as I can remember." Dewey the dinosaur explained that he had always looked up to the majestic horses that grew up to become noble steeds for royalty. He longed to grow up to be just as tall and strong as them, and maybe, one day, be lucky enough to carry out important duties as they do. Although there weren't many jobs like that in Sleepy Forest, and certainly not for dinosaurs like him. "You could become a noble steed if you really want to," Princess Sierra encouraged him. The little dinosaur sulked disappointedly and responded, "Sadly, I can't. I'm only a dinosaur. Dinosaurs aren't regal enough to work for royal families. My big, clumsy feet couldn't keep up with the graceful horses." Sierra looked at the sweet young dinosaur. He didn't seem clumsy and ungraceful to her. He looked like he was the perfect size for someone to ride if they were as short as Sierra. Then a light bulb clicked in Sierra's mind. She excused herself and her mother for a moment and whispered in her mother's ear, "What if Dewey could be Sierra's noble steed?" Sierra turned back to the young dinosaur who was patiently waiting and smiled. "How would you like to be my noble steed for the day?" she suggested. "You could come back to the kingdom with us and take part in the royal parade this afternoon. Then, when you're ready to come home, we'll bring you back." Dewey the dinosaur was flabbergasted. It was so unexpected that he didn't know what to say. After a few moments, the dinosaur nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, please. I would love that," he cried. Princess Sierra and the Queen smiled happily and began to lead the way back along the path through Sleepy Forest. It wouldn't be long until the royal parade began, and they needed to get their new guest of honor ready for the occasion. The young dinosaur was a bit nervous about walking in the parade. He had never done anything like it before, and he was worried he might stumble or fall flat on his face in front of everyone. But Sierra assured him that they would practice before the parade began. Sierra climbed upon Dewey the dinosaur's back, and he practiced walking with her, riding on top of him. At first, it felt strange to have somebody sitting on his back. But after a few minutes, the dinosaur got used to it, and he found his stride. Sierra wasn't very heavy, and she was right. The dinosaur was the perfect height for someone like her to ride. Dewey the dinosaur carried Sierra all the way back to the gate to the royal kingdom, and she hopped off upon arrival. The royal attendants were already waiting at the gate and were baffled when they saw Sierra arrive riding on a dinosaur. And not just any dinosaur, a talking dinosaur. The Queen requested that the royal attendants prepare the young dinosaur accordingly for the parade. He would need to wear some of their noble steeds' finest accessories for the event. While Princess Sierra and her mother went to get changed for the parade, the royal attendants dressed the young dinosaur for the procession too. They placed a sparkling gold saddle on his back and draped a pink pair of reins over his stately neck. To top it all off, they gave him a golden helmet to wear on his head with a pale pink feather poking out of the top. The young dinosaur looked at himself in the mirror and twirled with elation. He looked absolutely glorious. Dewey the dinosaur was led to the horses' stables, where the official royal horses were preparing for the parade. The young dinosaur gazed at the impressive noble steeds with awe. They were just as radiant up close as they were from afar. The royal horses varied in colours of white, black and brown, with elaborate armour covering their bodies. After some time, Princess Sierra arrived at the stables in a white sparkling dress and matching silver slippers. Her ringlet curls were all piled up on top of her head, and she looked like a true princess. She noticed that Dewey appeared nervous, despite his fabulous costume for the parade. Sierra asked him if he was excited, and the dinosaur meekly replied, "Surely I can't be expected to walk amongst these amazing noble steeds. I will look out of place." Sierra smiled reassuringly and patted him on his side. "You might be different to the royal horses, but it doesn't make you any less significant," she said. "You are just as special and important as anyone here. You're going to be my noble steed, and you're perfect for the job because the others are too big for me to ride." The young dinosaur perked up at Sierra's words and smiled shyly. She was right. His dream was about to come true, and he wasn't going to let his nerves ruin the moment for him. Sierra climbed up onto the golden saddle on his back and grabbed the reins. "Let's have one more practice before we go," she whispered into her new friend's ear. By the time the royal parade began, they had practiced their walk to perfection, and Dewey felt much more confident and ready to go. The doors to the stables opened, and all of the noble steeds were led out into their procession positions. 4 huge royal horses were strapped up to the King and Queen's golden carriage, while 4 royal guards rode on the backs of the others. Meanwhile, Princess Sierra rode the young dinosaur out to the front of them all to lead the way through the streets. As they reached their position and prepared for the parade to begin, Sierra could sense that Dewey the dinosaur was nervous. So she leaned down and whispered into his ear, "Just take a deep breath. Everything will be absolutely fine." As the trumpet sounded and the royal parade began, the noble steeds started to move forward, and Dewey, the little dinosaur, led the way. As they all strode through the streets of the kingdom of Perlasia, the people cheered and sang for joy as they admired the noble steeds and waved to the royal family. But nobody stole the show quite like Dewey, the little dinosaur. Everyone was astounded to see the princess riding on the back of a magical sleepy forest dinosaur, and they rejoiced and praised her for it. Dewey the dinosaur beamed a smile from ear to ear. His dream had come true. He was a noble steed for royalty, and it felt wonderful. Cheerful music played in the streets all afternoon, and the citizens of the kingdom were full of joy and goodwill. They hailed their kind king and queen, and delighted in seeing Princess Sierra riding her very own one-of-a-kind steed. By the time the royal parade had worked its way through the kingdom and back to the palace where it finished, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Sierra climbed down from Dewey's back and gave him a hug. "You were magnificent," she told him. The little dinosaur's eyes were glistening with gratitude, and he stood so proudly that he appeared as if he had grown 10 inches taller in the time it had taken to complete the parade. Dewey the little dinosaur smiled at Sierra and said wholeheartedly, "Thank you, Princess, for making my dream come true." It was late in the afternoon, and the sun would soon set. It was about time that the young dinosaur returned to Sleepy Forest in time for bed. Princess Sierra and the Queen led Dewey back through the palace grounds and opened up the gate to Sleepy Forest. As the young dinosaur was about to pass through the gate and walk home, Sierra stopped him briefly in his tracks. "I almost forgot," she said. "I have something for you to take so that everyone will believe you when you tell them you are a princess's noble steed." She pulled out from behind her bag the gold helmet that Dewey had worn in the parade and placed it back on his head. The little dinosaur grinned and stood satisfied with his splendid helmet on his head. Princess Sierra gave Dewey the dinosaur one last hug, and the Queen curtsied in farewell. Then, with one last declaration of his gratitude to the Queen and Princess for their kindness and generosity, he trotted back off into Sleepy Forest to tell all of his friends about his incredible day. Princess Sierra watched her magical friend disappear into the mystical, sleepy forest, and she felt a pang of longing to follow him. She wanted to explore more of Sleepy Forest and the other creatures who lived within it. She wanted to learn about their hopes and dreams and befriend them and help them in whatever way she could. The Queen took her hand, and Sierra looked up at her mother dreamily. The Queen chuckled and, as if reading Sierra's mind, said, "There's always tomorrow. For now, it's time for your royal bed." As Sierra followed her mother back to her bedchamber to relax for the night, Sierra couldn't help thinking about Sleepy Forest and Dewey the little dinosaur. That night, as her head hit the pillow, she dreamed of the adventures she would go on with her future Sleepy Forest friends, and she slept peacefully in the knowledge that the magical forest was only just outside the palace walls. This is Fenella the Tiny Unicorn by Alicia Ainsley. Have you ever seen a unicorn for yourself? If you have, then you can count yourself as one of the fortunate ones. Unicorns are beautiful, magical animals that live in the heart of mystical lands, such as Sleepy Forest. Unicorns look just like horses, except they have a range of unique characteristics that set them apart from the horses we see in our countryside fields. For a start, unicorns are much bigger than the horses we see every day. Unicorns are so large and majestic that they can carry the likes of bears and lions around on their backs if they so wish. Unicorns love showing off how strong they are by giving lifts to other creatures. They are sort of like the personal taxis of the mystical kingdom. They can run at almost lightning speeds with their long, muscly legs and get to go wherever they need to be in next to no time. Unicorns do not have boring coats. In fact, unicorns come in all the colours of the rainbow. You might see a bright pink unicorn chatting to a sunny yellow unicorn whilst relaxing by a lake. Or you might even spot a midnight blue unicorn racing with an emerald green unicorn through the forest. Yep, unicorns really stand out from the crowd. Some unicorns have wings and can fly through the sky, but most of them remain on the ground. Their long tails can also come in all sorts of shimmering colours. The really lucky ones have multicoloured tails, but all are equally beautiful. But the main way that you can identify a unicorn from the rest of the four-legged animals of our world is by spotting their impressive horns. All unicorns have a long, majestic horn that pokes out of their forehead. A unicorn's magic is held within their horn, which is why their horns sparkle and shimmer with enchanted light. Unicorn horns can grow in all sorts of shapes and sizes. They start off being teeny tiny when a unicorn is born. But as they grow bigger and bigger, their horn grows bigger and bigger too. Some unicorns have twirly horns, some have straight and narrow ones, and others have horns that spiral and coil up into a point. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and colours too. Unicorns possess lots of magical powers. Along with their super speed and great strength, they provide good luck and fortune to everyone they meet. And they also have healing powers. If you fell over and scraped your knee, then a unicorn could magically make your knee as good as new again. Or if you had a bad cough, a unicorn could magically make it disappear. Because of their healing powers, the unicorns regularly travel around spreading their good luck and healing powers to as many people as possible. Unicorns are very special creatures. When a new child is born into the world becomes a better place. Children are full of so much love and magic that they make the sun shine that little bit brighter. The plants grow a little bit taller and make every living creature on the planet feel a little bit happier. So when Fenella the unicorn was born, the world became a better place just by her being in it. Fenella was born on a cool spring day on the outskirts of Sleepy Forest. Her parents were so excited to meet her for the first time, and they invited all of their friends to meet her in the meadow where they lived. Everybody gathered around to meet the newborn unicorn and waited for Fenella to be revealed. Fenella's mother proudly introduced her baby to the group. Fenella was adorable, and everybody sighed with adoration at the sight of her. Fenella's coat was a soft pink colour, and she had a long, shiny, glittering silver tail. Her horn was rainbow-coloured and twirled to a pointed tip just like ice cream on a cone. Fenella pranced about the feet of the towering grown-up unicorns excitedly. She hadn't seen so many of her kind before, and she was delighted to meet them all. "Isn't she a darling?" Althea, the purple unicorn, gushed, watching Fenella trot around. "Yes, she is," Noelani, the white unicorn, agreed, before adding, "But doesn't she seem a bit on the small side?" Fenella's mother was taken aback. She hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary about her newborn daughter. "She's a baby. Of course she's small," Fenella's mother defended her daughter. "She will grow up to be just as big as everybody else. Don't you worry." Baby Fenella gazed up at the tall and regal unicorns around her and smiled with glee. She couldn't wait to grow up and one day be as lofty and as impressive as everybody else. However, as the years passed, Fenella came to realize that things weren't going quite to plan. Instead of growing up to be large just like everybody else, Fenella was somehow remaining the same tiny size. She just didn't grow. While all the other children were getting taller every day, Fenella was staying the same miniature size. She was desperate to grow bigger so that she could carry out the same unicorn duties as everybody else. But due to her small size, she couldn't help out. She was too small to carry any of the forest animals on her back, and she was too slow to keep up with the other unicorns running their errands. She didn't possess enough healing magic within her to help out the large animals of Sleepy Forest. And she couldn't even pull the carts of fruit and supplies with the other unicorns because she wasn't strong enough. Fenella felt positively helpless. Fenella tried every way she could think of to make herself grow bigger. She ate extra portions at dinner. She did her stretches every day, and she wished on the stars every single night. But no matter how hard she wished or how much she tried, Fenella stayed the same tiny size. She was beginning to think that she wasn't destined to be a normal unicorn like everybody else. Fenella's mother didn't know what to do either. She tried feeding Fenella lots of vegetables to help her grow big and strong, but it didn't seem to be making much difference. She even tried using her healing powers on Fenella to help her bones grow bigger, but to no avail. It seemed that Fenella was destined to be a miniature unicorn forever. After years of trying and failing to grow bigger, Fenella and her mother decided that it was time to face the facts. Fenella was probably never going to be a large unicorn, so she had to accept herself for the pint-sized pony that she was. Fenella accepted this, but she was adamant that her small stature wouldn't hold her back any longer. She might not be able to do as much as the other unicorns, but she would do her best to keep up. One day, Fenella's friends, Zelda, Flynn, and Aslan, were heading toward Sleepy Forest to carry out their duties for the day. A tree that a family of birds lived in had fallen down in the middle of the forest. Zelda, Flynn, and Aslan had been instructed to push the tree back upright in time for nightfall, so that the birds could be back in their tree again in time for bed. Fenella followed her friends as they approached the entrance to Sleepy Forest at the edge of their meadow. For every long step that they took, Fenella had to take 4 tiny fast steps just to keep up. "Can I come with you and help?" Fenella pleaded with her friends. Zelda sighed and replied, "We would love for you to come, Fenella, but you won't be able to keep up with us. We only have a limited amount of time to fix the tree, and it's all the way in the middle of Sleepy Forest. We will have to run there, and you won't be able to keep up with us." Despite Zelda's rational explanation, Fenella was still determined to join her friends. "Please," Fenella begged. "I'll try and keep up, I promise. And if I can't keep up, then you can just go on without me. I won't be annoyed." Zelda, Flynn, and Aslan all looked at each other for support. They didn't want to leave their friend behind, but they also had an important task on their hoofs. Eventually, they gave in to Fenella's request. "Okay, Fenella, you can come with us," Flynn appeased her. "But we can't wait for you, so you'll have to keep up with our pace."
Fenella leapt for joy. She was delighted to get to join her friends on a mission. Her rainbow horn began to gleam with bright, multicolored light. Her horn always did that when she was happy. "Okay then, let's go," Fenella commanded, leading the way into Sleepy Forest. At first, Fenella did well to keep up with her friends as they trotted off into the depths of the forest. She was lagging behind a little, but she could still see her friends clearly as they darted in and out of all the trees. But after some time, Fenella found herself growing weary, and her little legs couldn't take it much longer. "Keep up, Fenella," Aslan called out from far ahead. But Aslan's voice quickly faded out as he, Zelda, and Flynn zoomed off further into the forest, leaving Fenella behind, gasping for breath. Fenella decided to rest by a tree and catch her breath. She had done very well to keep up this far, but she had to admit defeat. Fenella just wasn't built in the same way as her friends, so she couldn't do the same things that they could. Fenella was beginning to wonder if she would ever be good enough to do anything to help others. Fenella took a deep breath and slowly sighed. She felt much better now that she had stopped for a break. When she was ready, she would make her way back out of Sleepy Forest and enjoy a leisurely stroll. Fenella preferred to take things slow anyway. It meant that she could take the time to appreciate everything around her more. She would feel much better once she was back in the meadow again. Once Fenella's heartbeat had slowed down, she stood back up and began her journey through Sleepy Forest, back to the meadow. As she plodded along, she gazed at all of the giant trees that soared all the way up to the sky, and listened to the birds singing in the trees and the owls hooting in their nests. She admired the beautiful beds of flowers down on her level and stooped to smell the lilies. They smelt delightful. Fenella closed her eyes and took a deep sniff of the flowers. All of a sudden, she felt something tickle the end of her nose. She opened her eyes and was amused to see a little bumblebee had landed there. "Oh, hello," Fenella greeted the fuzzy little bumblebee. The bumblebee waved its teeny hand at her and tucked its wings in lazily. "I'm sorry if I've disturbed you," the bumblebee responded. "I'm just so tired from buzzing around all day, and your nose looked like the perfect place to stop and rest for a while." Fenella giggled at the bumblebee's unexpected arrival. "It's all right," she replied. "You're very welcome to rest on me if you're tired." The bumblebee thanked Fenella and introduced herself. The bumblebee was called Babs, and Fenella could see that Babs was carrying around 2 big bags of pollen on the back of her legs. They must be pretty heavy for such a little bug.
Fenella thought to herself. Where do you live? Fenella asked the weary bug. Babs the bumblebee explained that she lived in a hive with all the rest of her family and friends, not too far away. Would you like me to give you a lift home? Fenella offered kindly. Oh, yes, please, Babs replied gratefully. I'm so tired. I don't think I could carry all of this pollen back to the hive by myself. Fenella stood up, tall and proud, and asked Babs to guide the way back to her hive. Babs remained perched on the tip of Fenella's nose and led the way for Fenella to take her home. Fenella felt giddy. This was the first time that she had ever given a lift to another creature. She was far too small to carry the animals that the rest of the unicorns regularly taxied around. But Babs the bumblebee was the perfect size for Fenella to carry with ease. Fenella carried Babs all the way home to her hive. Thank you very much, Fenella, Babs said gratefully as she gazed up at her hive in the tree. I'm glad I bumped into a unicorn today. You guys are always so helpful. Fenella sighed and bowed her head in embarrassment. I'm not a very good unicorn, Fenella admitted disappointedly. I'm too small to carry anyone around or help out. I just get in the way. Babs looked into Fenella's eyes and frowned. I don't believe that for a second, Babs commented. You are clearly a very good unicorn. Everybody forgets about creatures like me because we're so small. But we need help, just like the bigger animals. You just helped me out when I was in need. I think that makes you an excellent unicorn, just like all the others. Fenella smiled, and her heart lit up with hope. Perhaps she could be useful after all. Just because she wasn't big enough to help the larger animals of the forest, that didn't mean that she couldn't help out the small ones instead. Babs the bumblebee said goodbye to Fenella and then flew away up to her beehive, carrying her heavy bags of pollen at her sides. When she landed at the door to the hive, she turned around one last time and waved to Fenella before disappearing inside. Fenella paused for a few moments and thought about what Babs had said. If the bigger unicorns were focusing on helping all the large animals, maybe they couldn't see that the small ones needed help too. Maybe Fenella could be the helping hand that the smaller animals needed. Fenella wandered around the forest in search of other small animals. She passed a lion called Leo, but he was far too big for Fenella to carry. She also met a bear named Lana, who had stubbed her toe on a log, but she was too big for Fenella to help out too. Fenella was struggling to find any other animal. They must either be hiding or too tiny to spot. Then, just as Fenella had almost given up hope, she heard a wheezy squeak come from inside a bush. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Fenella called out into the thick bush. She heard the wheezy squeak again and saw the leaves begin to rustle. A little hedgehog emerged from the bottom of the bush, coughing and spluttering, and holding a handkerchief in its hand. "Don't come too close," the hedgehog sniffed. "I've got a cold, and I don't want you to catch it." The hedgehog appeared to be really struggling with his bad cough and runny nose. The hedgehog held his handkerchief and blew his nose as hard as he could. So hard, in fact, that his whole body shuddered with the blustering pressure. This was a perfect opportunity for Fenella to test out her healing powers. She had never been able to heal another animal before, on the account of them all being too large. But surely her magic would be enough to help out this little hedgehog. Fenella closed her eyes and focused. Her rainbow horn began to glitter and shine with magical light. Then the little hedgehog started to magically glow too. "What is happening?" the hedgehog croaked before letting out a long cough. Fenella felt all warm and fuzzy inside. She felt the magic flow through her and out of the tip of her horn. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the hedgehog was standing still in amazement. His nose was no longer blocked and runny, and his voice was no longer croaky and hoarse, with not a single cough in sight. "Wow!" the hedgehog gasped. "You healed my cold? I didn't think that unicorns helped small animals like us." Fenella laughed charmingly. "We help all animals, big or small," she replied. The hedgehog was very grateful for her healing help and offered her his snotty hanky as a gesture of thanks. She politely declined the offer and wandered back off through Sleepy Forest in search of more small creatures to assist. She bumped into a slithering snail who was on his way to a party. "I'm late," the snow-paced snail cried with dismay. "I'm going to miss playing pass the parcel." Fenella offered to give the snail a lift on her back to the party, and in next to no time she had carried him across the way to where his friends' birthday celebrations were underway. It was only a very short journey for Fenella, and took her only 2 minutes to walk there. But for the snail, that would have been a very long journey indeed. He would have definitely missed the party if it weren't for Fenella helping him out. She also helped a mouse called Millie carry her shopping home. Fenella was turning into somewhat of a taxi for the smaller animals of the forest, and she loved it. She finally felt like she had a purpose. The other unicorns might be able to help the larger animals of the forest, but Fenella could help the smaller ones that everyone else had forgotten about. They needed help just as much as the big animals. Fenella returned home to the meadow that evening with a new spring in her step. She told her mother all about the animals she had helped that day, and her mother couldn't have been prouder. And when Fenella bumped into her friends Zelda, Flynn, and Aslan, she stopped them in their tracks as they tried to apologize for leaving her behind. If they hadn't gone on ahead, then she never would have discovered what she could do and found her own path. She was grateful to them for giving her the chance to join them. From then on, Fenella's main unicorn duties became helping out the small animals of Sleepy Forest, while the bigger unicorns raced around in a mad dash, assisting the giant animals, as they always did. Fenella took her time tending to the tiny animals that everyone else had forgotten about. Everyone admired Fenella for her forward thinking and care. The small animals were all very grateful for her, and the larger unicorns were all very impressed by her. Fenella didn't let her miniature size hold her back from finding her purpose. She just had to make her own path and get to know her own strengths rather than striving to match others. Fenella the Tiny Unicorn had never felt prouder to be exactly who she was. Even small creatures can make a big impact in their own way.